everybody. Welcome to Session 8 of Echoes of the Forgotten. We're in for some good times. At least me and Darian are. These guys are getting arrested, probably. Again. This week, we have got some points to hand out. They went to Christine, Osiris, and Sarah. And Darian will tell everyone what happened. So,
yeah, cool.
Do that.
Thank you, Darian.
Last time on Echoes, after literally falling headfirst into danger, they faced their threat head-on and waist-deep as Jakova received a deep education in a land shark's ability to burrow and the strength of their bite. Sarah had a sudden sprouting of bluish wings that left her in a trance-like state, and the bulle was dealt with after a round of multiple crits. After taking a moment to relax, Christine decided to do the opposite of relax and started shouting at Court, demanding why she was brought on this journey and given he knew it may have been dangerous. Deciding to discuss more in private, they left it an awkward note and moved on, with everyone making it a point of not mentioning the wings they had just, as they had done with Christine's eyes, which she also just learned about, have not returned to normal for over a week. Moving down a path, the group reached a junction with several choices ahead. They decided to wait while Osiris ritually casted some magic, and during that time, the awkward conversation between Court and Christine began anew, where he claimed to have brought her along so she wouldn't die alone in a tower, and that he knew who her father was, a fact that just threw her into more of a loop. After returning to the group, Court left her to her own devices, and Christine and Sarah had the first decent conversation they'd had in a long while. Eventually, everyone moved down a path marked with a mushroom and entered an entire city of telepathic walking mushrooms, who, when they realized the party posed no threat to them, lost interest in them and walked away. The group returned to the junction and started down a path marked the White Arch after spending a night resting. Christine, Court, and Sarah watched as a few of the mushroom people they'd met earlier rode a bulle through the chamber and realized it was probably the dead one that, probably dead and being puppeted by weird mushroom magic. The arch path was a lot longer than the mushroom path, and after traveling for several hours, they entered into an empty chamber save for a single white archway, a gate. Deciding that it seemed like a possible way out, the group used the cube on the gate and opened it, allowing them to travel back and forth. Unfortunately, it only led them to a large chamber with lots of magics, pedestals, and a single door. Activating one of the sides of the cube, the party used the pedestal, and the room changed to a puzzle of sorts, recounting historical events from hundreds of years ago. They attempted to solve the puzzle, but were unable to gather enough information to do anything except guess, and after 3 tries, they realized that with each attempt they lost one of their senses, leaving them with only sight and smell. As further brute forcing would be too dangerous, sight and hearing were the 2 they kept. Smart Darian. As further brute forcing would be too dangerous, they left. As soon as they left the gate, their senses returned, only to be taken away when they re-entered. Waiting for them outside the gate were 2 dwarves who seemed very perturbed, and decided to arrest the party. Court suggested they go along with them willingly, and once the shenanigans were sorted, they did. The party was taken to a previously unknown dwarven city that seemed to be heavy with the sounds of smithing. They were ushered swiftly into a chamber where 5 dwarves waited. 2 spoke common, the governor of the city and the captain of the guard. Zone of Truth was cast to the party, and those who resisted it successfully were taken out of the room to wait elsewhere, while the remainder were questioned. After the dwarves discovered that the overworlders being in the tunnels was completely accidental, and they worked for Zerosh, not a good thing for once it seemed, they were told that in the morning transport would be arranged to Highview for them. Once there, they would be dealt with. The rest of the party was taken to where Jakova and Christine were waiting, and they settled down. Sarah and Christine had another, less awkward conversation, and everyone decided to rest and deal with tomorrow as it arrived.
Yeah, that's what happened. And now, a word from Osiris' sponsors. Osiris, as everyone sleeps, you are drawn to Atheneum against your will once more. You stand before the double large doors, you step towards and enter. At the front desk is the same bald man who smiles slightly as you approach. Sorry for the abrupt return, but we said we'd bring you back when we're closer to Atheneum. Follow me, if you will.
I follow.
Alright. He gets up and leads you to a side room that contains only a desk and a statue of Librana. When he sits inside, he approaches a table and unrolls a large map. Darian, if you're going to send that to him, send it to him.
Sure.
This is Upper Extusha, and here, as he points to the center, towards the center of the map, is where the capital was. He grabs another scroll from beneath the table and rolls it. It's a map of the city. And this is the most recent map out of the old Gnome capital that we've had before the war. You see a map of a large city. Oh, sorry. I misread where the quotation marks were.
Nice work.
Dozens of avenues and streets that used to house the many gnomes in their workshops. After the wars, we assume much of the city changed in appearance, as apparently the last act of the gnomes when they knew their lands and lives were lost to activate all the golems and set them to rampage endlessly, and much of the city was destroyed and detonated when the remainder of the fire was all at once. He reaches into a pouch, pulls out a small folded sheet of paper, which he hands to you. That contains a full list of the books we hope to recover. We've been told that the library still stands, and the texts are only the remaining copies. If you can cover these, we can take them and make copies. Lebrana has emphasized that these books are more paramount, but will not tell us why. Despite being the goddess of knowledge, she is not the one to offer it free. She is not one to offer freely often. The list contains 10 lines of gibberish. You can assume that they're titled in Gnomish in some fashion. But they seem like similar to how the Romanji is written in like English. There's phonetically spelled how it's spelt out in common for you to like memorize.
Okay, yep.
This list contains. Take your time to memorize the map and the paths in the list. This room will be kept until you complete your tasks. So if you need to remind yourself of the info, feel free to come back and check it again. He gives you a general minute to overlook the maps as he starts to move over towards a statue and seems to be messing with it in some sort of way.
I'll take a moment to memorize it to the best of my capability.
Okie dokie. There's one last thing I must show you, and this one I'm very much suggest you memorize as well, as I will not show you this again. In the event of serious danger, where you have reached the library, have found the text but are unable to leave in any sort of way, there is an emergency escape option tied to the statues of Lebrana in each of the libraries of the capital cities. The statue of Lebrana, like you've seen, shows her standing up with a platter in one hand, outstretched, and a scroll in the other, held close to the chest. The scribe reaches out, takes the scroll arm, pulling it forward, and bends it until the elbow is facing forward like the platter. He turns the scroll 90 degrees so it's horizontal, and then lifts the platter arm up until it rests against her shoulder. After following the steps in this order, the statue is primed. After pulling the scroll arm towards down her waist, it will activate, and one-use teleportation will bring you here, to the Atheneum. Doing so will bring anyone or anything within 10 feet of the statue with you. Anything outside of that radius, up about 60 feet, will be destroyed as a statue detonates. This will destroy the remaining text, the library, and probably kill anyone unfortunate enough to be within its radius. Magic is dangerous. Lebrana has emphasized that she holds these texts at a higher value than your life. If you use the emergency teleportation without all the texts, I do not think you will be given another opportunity by her again, and she may very well take away what she's granted you, such as the access to the Atheneum altogether. And he sort of looks at you with this half-grave face sort of deal.
And it must be very important information.
To her, everything is. All pieces of information, no matter how small it is or how helpful it will be. It's important for her to know it all. So she says. To remind you, the emergency escape is scroll out, turn scroll. Platter to shoulder, scroll to waist. And now, feel free to return to sleep or spend the rest of the night here if you wish. I'll be at the front desk if you have any questions. He then resets the statue and then leaves the room.
Just before you leave, I never caught your name.
Now I need to see if we gave her a name last time.
I don't think we've ever named him.
His name is Mikael. Mikael.
Thank you. I'll do this to the best of my ability, and I hope not to disappoint her.
Knowing you, I don't think you will. and he leaves.
I will return to sleep and leave the Atheneum. Real quick, because I was listening, can you send me the transcribe of that, please?
Sure.
Thank you.
Darren, you do that.
I'd like every dot point, every colon, and every capital letter, please.
Quote mark.
Yep.
No exclamation points.
Slash,
No, we don't. We already know who's yelling. We don't need exclamation points.
slash marker.
Useless.
Jeremy should just log into Twitch, clip the stream, and then it's good for
It works.
The next morning, all of you are abruptly woken up by the sound of multiple men entering the room at once. There is the governor, as well as the captain of the guard, and another 4 soldiers that seem to be with him. The captain of the guard goes, Darren, that's you. That's your mark.
Sorry, man. Still sending. It was so big, I had to send it in 3 parts.
Jesus. We write a lot.
We write way too much. Do me a favor and highlight what we're up to so I can catch up.
Yeah. The captain of the guard has walked into the room to tell the people some stuff with a bunch of guards. And
Yeah, so he walks in, he looks around as usual, and is like, "Alright, even though it goes against what I want, you'll be taken back to Highview today, now, pretty much. These men here," and he waves to the guards with him, "plus 1 more will be your escorts. Only 1 of them speaks common, so don't try to talk to them, they don't understand. Don't stray off the path, don't do anything stupid, and do not do anything dangerous, because, well, they will leave you in the tunnels and you will die. Any questions?"
Any threat on the way to Highview? Or is that what they're for?
If they're a threat, I'm sure you can handle yourselves as they'll handle themselves.
That's fair enough.
While they are not common, there are always creatures that can move through the tunnels like we do. We sweep them to make sure they stay clear often, but you never know. It's kind of hard to protect your land from threats when creatures like bullays can just dig straight through the walls.
I think we came across a couple of them. Well, that's fair enough.
Any other questions?
We understand. We'll be prepared soon.
Food will be provided by the last guard when he arrives. And, well, that's on you to handle. And he just turns and starts to leave.
Thank you very much for your hospitality, and sorry we got in trouble.
He closes the door.
Oh dear.
The one person he pointed to who could speak common turns to a lot of you. It's going to be about 6 days. So make sure you've got some food. We've got enough, but if you have any extra, make sure it's well hidden. We don't know what's going to be coming up. They might be attracted to whatever smells you bring.
Okay, that's fair enough. Yeah. They're pretty good. What's your name, soldier?
My name is Jachais. Jachais Brightborn.
We appreciate the information, guys, and we will start preparing to leave.
Okay. With that, does anyone have any scenes they want to do before you begin your trip? Probably got about an hour, maybe an hour and a half before you're being forced to leave.
The guards are watching over us at the moment.
Yeah. At least, like, when you guys slept, they weren't in the room, but at this point, considering they're getting ready to leave, there's at least one or two of them standing in the room waiting till you're all ready.
No, you're not being bound at all. They don't
Yeah.
seem to have any chains on them. So it seems like as long as you just follow them, you'll be fine.
Okay.
I'll wait for the time being then.
Okay. Anyone else?
I'm gonna go poke the cat man. Excuse me, Jakura.
Hmm.
I recently completed one of my gadgets, and I was wondering if I could take a look at your shield. I might be able to improve it slightly.
In what way?
Well, you see, and I hold up my wrist mount with the dagger. Well, I pressed this little latch here, and the dagger shoots out and into something. I was wondering if you wanted something similar with your shield.
Okay, but let me offer you a second proposal, Suitcase.
I don't
First
touch
off-
your shields.
My shields aren't made of metal, as you can see,
Yeah,
so
that's fair.
a little harder to work with, unless you know how to mess with bones. And secondly, the next Leonin we come across, I will help you pry them off them. How about that?
Okay. Sounds like a good deal.
Hmm.
I take
that
it you
all?
made these yourself? Your ones anyway?
They come from my family.
Are they still around much, or...?
Well, we were lucky not to run into them when we were in the savannah.
That's good to hear. So how long have you been on the run? I say in a hushed tone.
Who said I was on the run?
Well, obviously people are looking for you for some reason.
If the eyes happen to come across us, they come across us, so be it. It's just easier to avoid them than actually get involved, though.
Ain't that the much way with the law?
So, if you had nothing else, I'm going to finish preparing. Pointing sort of towards my, I guess journal as I was in the middle of updating it.
I pat you on the back. Need any help, let me know.
Mm-hmm.
I'm done.
Cool. Anyone else? Alright then. The last few days have been interesting to say the least. While the Dwarven Patrol tasked with taking to the Highview are concerned and suspicious about your arrival into Adama Ondur, which you've learned what it's been called.
How does that being spelled?
I'll show that. Kim, if you can roll a intelligence check. Probably with disadvantage, but...
Sure thing, just flat intelligence.
Huh? Yes, just flat intelligence.
Cool. 3.
You don't get everything, but Unda means like whole in Dwarvish, from what you remember. But the rest doesn't make any sense.
Okay.
They're still quite talkative. At least the one that speaks common is talkative and talks to everyone else in Dwarvish about news from above, seeing what's going on. They share with you some information. However, when a topic of the Dwarven Kingdom comes up, they're quick to silence until a new topic is brought up instead. The detail of dwarves seems ready at a moment's notice. Any plans to get a jump on them are brought down immediately with a look from them. Despite this, you're kept unbound. Your journey through dark tunnels, which are only brightened by torchlight for those without dark vision to see, eventually opens up to a chasm, with a wide stone bridge connecting the sides together. As you move closer to it, those with dark vision can see a dwarven caravan standing alone near the middle of the bridge. The patrol halts in progress and gathers around together as they start speaking Dwarvish. I'm just going to show them
I
that.
shuffle over to Court. Any idea what they're saying?
Yes, that one is saying, when did that cart leave Ondor? The other one there is saying, Should have been 2 days before we started moving them over. The other one saying, all right, me and Gundur will check it out. Will the two of you stay here for a little while?
That's fair.
Feel free to position yourselves. As long as you're within that bracket, you can move yourselves around where you guys is already. You can switch who you're next to, etc. As long as you're within that pillar.
I wouldn't mind moving back a little bit.
Wanna swap?
Please. Thank you.
Two of the dwarves start making their way to the abandoned caravan. The remainder turns to your group, the one who can speak. Something's amiss with the cart. We're going to check it out before we move. Please don't start any trouble.
About this.
I start to ritually cast Sendo's Substrata.
Okay. As the dwarves start to approach the cart slowly, it gets pushed over by a group of 3 creatures. The startled dwarves' torchlight provides you 3 glimpses of large bugs with orange carapaces and huge antennae. The dwarves start running back to the group, screaming, Yusamukra! Miadas! And I will reveal what you guys...
Can I understand any of that?
Make an intelligence check.
Yeah. I'll just keep pressing the disadvantage button until I'm told not to. Free again.
Nope.
Maybe.
Eh.
You can tell it was 2 words. That's about it.
Okay. Sounds cool though.
Oh no.
Why is it always
AJ, why? AJ, no. Please.
We're talking about enemy.
What are you talking about?
I don't like that.
Ew.
Well, I think everyone should roll initiative.
I don't want to though.
I'll quickly show everyone what it looks like.
I don't wanna. Oh, now you get an 18, you piece of shit.
Fucking nat 20 from Jakova.
Oh,
I will
Barbarian's
say-
gonna go first.
Lunch?
Oh no!
Osiris, obviously your ritual cast of Sustrendo Substrato will not go off by the time this starts.
No, yeah, I figured as much. That's fine. I'm having map troubles. I got the image fine of the whatever the fuck that is, but I've got no map.
I'll
Interesting.
resend it 1 second.
That is just a messed up cockroach based.
I was saying, if you wanted to, if you want to burn the spell slot, Osiris, you can quickly finish casting it right as the combat starts.
Is that alright? I didn't
Yep.
want to make it seem like I just stopped and do something
No,
else.
that's fair.
You were already partway through doing it, so I'm going to say you can
It's-
burn the spell slot
yeah,
if you want
you're-
to suddenly
you're
finish
yeah.
it.
You're speeding up the process instead of like taking the 10 minutes. You're like, oh, okay, quickly.
Yeah, I'll do that if possible.
And I will resend the map just in case. And you roll your D4.
Yeah, D4.
Yep.
And I'll quickly alter. Who's getting it? Literally
Isn't that
everyone.
like a AoE? I'm pretty sure everyone.
Yeah, of your choice.
X
So
amount of
you
people,
can-
isn't it?
No, it's of his choice. Creatures within a certain area. So I'm
30
wondering,
feet.
are you choosing the dwarves or are you going to?
Yeah, the dwarves can have it as well. I'll cooperate.
Okay, 25.
I'll make your life hell with changing all the numbers.
Not really. I think 3 of them rolled crits.
Also, there's Court's initiative.
19,
Faster than the rogue.
13, 12, 9, 9, and Orion. What was Quartz?
15 after the change.
And Orion. Speed. Another 15. Cool. Alright, top of the turn order is Jakova. Christine, you're on deck.
I assume at this point they're not going to care if we move slightly out of line.
Yeah, they don't seem to be. They seem to have taken a more battle stance instead of a making sure you're following them stance.
Well, look, they're bugs. I've eaten carapace before. I am a move up.
Oh, good. Let me switch the battle music on.
Full 7. And, I'm gonna take both the dodge action and my thing just to be on the safe side.
Okay.
Okay.
Alright. Battlehammer Dwarf 1 is this one. He's gonna. He's smart, right? They're smart. They know what these are. They prefer not to lose them. Would they back off? No. Yes, they wouldn't back off, but they'd use a different weapon. They pull out 2 light crossbows and start firing. Not this one, but the two near you pull out their light crossbows. And the second one's a miss. As the first one hits. Hammer Dwarf 2 takes aim.
I'll say, Jakova, given you're so far front, could you make a perception check?
Yes.
Never mind.
Let's just assume I'm distracted by the idea of ripping their carapace off and chewing it.
Yeah, you're like, those look tasty. I wonder what they taste like. And you're just watching these things get peppered by crossbow bolts, and you're thinking about eating them. Maybe they taste good in a stew. Maybe
Crossbow
grilled.
bolts
Maybe
look like
raw. Maybe sashimi. Who knows?
Christine?
So they're just starting to shoot at the thing from a distance.
Yep.
I feel like I'm a bit worried to actually start properly casting magic yet, because I don't want attention to fall onto me. So what's going to happen is I am going to hold my action.
Okay.
Yep. To when one of those bugs get within 30 feet, so basically up to the line of where Japuva and the 2 dwarves are,
Okay.
like right in front of them. And I'm going to hold like a spell slot of inflict wounds with a distance spell modifier on it.
Cool.
I'm not moving. I am not moving closer, nor do I want to move backwards, just in case, again, I bring attention to myself. So that will be my turn.
Their initiative track 20. 3 of these start piling up from behind as they climb over the railings, as if they were hiding under the ground, hiding on the other side. And it's
That's nice and fun of them.
this one's turn.
Oh no.
This one is going to... This one is going to look at the Battle Hammer Dwarf, and it's going to make a touch. It's going to try and touch it with its antennae. The dwarf firing the crossbow at the last second notices things, jumps a bit forward so it doesn't touch his equipment. He's the one who speaks, and he's like, "Don't let them touch you. They reduce your metals to rust." And that's that. Sarah, your turn.
Oh, great. All right, let me just get my
What's
bearings. I had this all planned out for like not being in the middle of giant bugs.
Man, you are.
I think I just want to make it so I don't go past this dude, so he gets like attack of opportunity.
Players with that problem if they're allies, yeah.
Alrighty. I'll go there, and I'm going to cast Bless on Osiris, and I'll go Anexara because she's really close to one of the bugs, and I'll go Christine.
Okay. Lay it on.
You know how to put it onto people?
Doing it now.
Okay.
Relax.
Just checking. I just want to help fellow spellcasters.
I'm learning.
Alright.
And I've done that. That's
Smooth.
I believe.
This one wriggles up from the top, flops its way onto the thing, crawls up to this other dwarf, and also tries to touch it with its antennae. He also dodges backwards, making sure that it doesn't touch him at all. Ryan, seeing everyone do something similar, will pull out his... instead of wasting his arrows, he's going to generate a fireball in his hands and throw it at the closest one of it. Honestly, probably disadvantage. It's not done.
Disadvantage no matter where he throws it.
Yeah. It's gonna, yeet it at the one in front of you. Drop the 20, but rolled an 18.
Wow.
Does 1 fire damage.
Wow.
That's pretty good.
What a hero.
Did his best, okay?
We all can't be warlocks.
Quartz up, Neresian's on deck.
Cool.
Yep.
Not knowing what these things are, as they are not native to the surface, doesn't understand, but understands not to use metal weapons. So he's gonna run up and start just kicking it.
Ah, yes. Kick. The great sword of weapons.
So yeah, he's just gonna kick the damn thing.
Okay. I guess it's her strength attack. That's a miss. That's a hit.
Which is what, 1d... I think it's just 1 plus strength modifier damage.
Yeah.
So 5. He didn't go for the sandwich because he doesn't want to stand directly opposite in case he gets blasted off the edge and pushes him to his death.
Yeah.
As off the side of this bridge here is like, it descends into darkness.
Don't think
Yeah, I don't like that.
God, please.
Yeah, it's his turn.
Right. This one is gonna charge forward. It's going to do his thing.
Does that activate?
If you wanted to activate, you can activate it.
That cool.
Given it's a range attack now, it would be a disadvantage because you have another
Yeah.
person within 5 feet.
Yeah, you're right. That sucks.
You can choose to not do it.
No, I'm already prepared to do it. I have the spell slot in my hand anyway, so it's either I hold on to it and risk getting
Or
hit.
you fizzle it.
Do you
Huh?
attack?
It's either you cast it or you fizzle it. It's really the only option.
Yeah, that's the point. Yeah, so I may as well just cast it.
Why did you
Why did I roll 3 dice?
3?
Why'd you roll damage without a hit?
I rolled melee.
Oh, you
What
missed.
Oh, one of them would be
Bless.
bless.
What? How was that? What? Hold on. That.
Why'd
That's
you
7
roll?
plus 1, not 7 or 1, isn't it?
Yeah, exactly. I don't know what happened there. I
Roll
pressed his
3,
nose and I just
roll-
rolled the dice.
She rolled 3d20, but I don't know.
Do you want me to try that one again?
Yeah.
Yes,
Did
but
you-
inflict wounds is also
Oh, wait.
melee.
I didn't right click. That's the thing. Oh no, because I'm giving it a range of 30
I
feet.
think
from
that
the
was
distance
tides,
now.
and I think that was tides coming in.
No, it wouldn't have been.
Let me have a look at your sheet.
Did I? I swear I
You
didn't
dropped
right
the
click
13
anything.
apparently.
Just try it again. Doesn't
Okay, I
matter.
swear I didn't right click it. That one's a bit better. It's 11.
You launch off what appears like to be like a black flame hand. As it grabs onto the thing, it just shakes it off as if it does nothing to it.
Ooh,
It then goes
Yeah.
and tries to touch a dwarf,
as it does.
and the dwarf kicks it back, making sure it doesn't touch anything with the with metal. Nursing, you're up. Osiris, you're on deck.
Well, no metal, that's fine. I pull out my hand,
Mhm.
and I make it spark, and I go at this boy.
Okay.
I have advantage due to pack tactics.
You do. You hit. We'll deal 3 damage to it.
And it can't take reaction, so I'm a move away.
Okay. Alright, is that it?
Move away while it can't move or react. Yeah.
Cyrus, you're up. Nexa, you're on deck.
I will bonus action inspire court.
Mm-hmm.
And I will take that as my turn. I can't. The map's still not working for me. I'm on your stream looking at it.
Oh, good. This one will now charge down, try and touch one of the dwarves. And dwarf succeeds and jumps back. Anexa, your turn. Jacob, you're on deck.
This boy next to me can't make attacks, right?
Can't make opportunity attacks.
Yeah. Alright, so move back away from him and then cast Eldritch Blast at him. What? My first That's a nat 1.
You generate the blast in your hand, and as you go to point it out, it seems you've lost your connection to your patron as it fizzles out from your hand.
Yeah, that's all I can really do.
Okay. This one is pressed up. He looks at his crossbow, he's like, "Gah!" And he pulls out one hand axe, keeping the second one in its sheath, and it starts wailing at it twice. Hits. Does 6 damage. He loses a -1, so let me just add an effect.
Yeah, you watch as he takes the hand axe and digs it into the back of this thing, cutting between the carapace. Rust starts spreading up the metal of the actual axe head, and then starts to brittle and crack.
And he looks at the other one, which looks a lot weaker. So then he quickly pivots to try and laying the second blow to deal a damaging blow, so they don't lose as many weapons. He attacks. It dodges, bounces back. It doesn't hit his carapace, luckily, making sure it doesn't hit. But he fails to land the second. This one runs up over here. And also tries to get this dwarf, which succeeds, luckily, just jumping back in time before the antenna lands a big old bullet on him. This third one jumps down to you, Jakurva, and starts...
I lack metal.
Starts going for the dwarf next to you, because there's metal on
I
that dude.
like metal. It can't really go for me. Obviously.
Can't go for you yet. Jakurva, you're up. Christine, you're on deck.
Okay. Honestly, despite the risk, I'm going to go around. We'll take an opportunity from 3, I believe, here.
Oh, this is Cascade. It's going to definitely get
Unless it's... Yeah, no, I'm going to take an opportunity from 3. So, if you want to roll that. Oh, if it does attack. I'm not really sure what the bug's interested in.
Yeah, it'll make an attack against you.
Okay.
2 are attacking you or 3 are attacking you?
3, because I'm moving around to... I'm basically going to flank 1.
He means number 3.
Oh, okay, number 3.
Sorry, yeah, bug number 3 is the one that will get a chance here.
So he go for a big ol' bite attack. Misses. It seems like for a second his interest in the metal dissipates. He notices that you drive out of the way. He goes to bite. As you do, you roll past.
I wanted to get behind this thing to see if I can rip its back off, basically.
You can certainly try.
In other words, I'm attacking it. Okay, 1 attack.
Yep.
Net roll 1 at 20. Oh.
Roll it again.
You have advantage.
I do. Oh, yeah.
You are making a sandwich.
Oh my god.
You place your legs down, you've got your thing, you make the anime little divot into the sand as you put all your weight into the ground, and you go to, like, grab the carapace and rip it off. As you
trying to
do,
think.
you
If I
step
miss,
forward
then
and
we-
miss.
Am I still able to use the bonus action if I miss? That would make sense. I mean, it's just a second attack.
Yeah, bonus action still
no,
works. You've made the attack action, so you can still make the attack. Oh no, you can't. No?
You use the bonus action to attack.
No, I
no.
I only used my base attack.
Yeah,
It's
I'm
more-
confusing myself. You can make your attack. Yes, go ahead.
No, I'm trying to remember. We did discuss. Do I need to offhand this one?
Yes, that's what the brain was.
Yeah.
You have to offhand your second attack. You hit. As you go for your grab and miss, you quickly brace yourself again as you swing down with your offhand, punching it, causing a bit of a dent and crack into its crevice, dealing as you deal max damage.
Yeah, I don't really hesitate or anything. I have no fear, lack of metal, so...
Yeah, luckily your weapons are made of bone.
Yeah, convenient. That point was brought up moments ago.
Kimmy and AJ discussed it at length before we were designing this encounter.
Oh well, whoever's turns next.
This dwarf is going to try and attack the one that's weakened already. Misses. Goes for a second one. Misses as well. He's luckily he's not ruining his weapon, but he's not in a very nice position. Same as this guy, he's also not in a very nice position. So he will turn to the other one, see what Court's doing, and like, I guess I'll also kick it. He goes to kick him. Miss. And second kick. hit. It does 1 damage. This is number 11. Okay, that's his turn. This one in a bit of a more precarious situation, can't really kick him, so he's gonna take out both hand axes and swing 1-1 at both of them. With advantage on the one against Christine. Doesn't do anything. And the second one...
God.
Misses, but gets blocked by the armor. So as it lands, it bounces off, and as it lands and bounces off, you see it rust.
Oh.
Christine's turn. He doesn't do damage though, because he technically missed.
Okay.
He just hit the armor.
What the... That's nice and lovely. And by armor, lack of armor. Please. God, this is annoying. So I am probably going to do a similar thing to... Actually, no, I can't. I can't really do that. I'm basically stuck here. I am going to...
You can switch with Annex if you want, so you're not on 2 fronts.
But then the one below me can still hit me as an opportunity. So I'm going to try something a little bit different. I am going to... Let me get this up. I'm going to attempt a sleep on the bugs up top.
Okay.
I want to try and see if I can angle it to just get to, if not the 3 there, but I doubt I can. Without getting Jakuva or the
If you want to
door.
get a 3, you're going to have to hit someone. You're probably at the maximum.
You can hit me, I don't care.
Alright, fine, there you go, Jakuva. You better hope the bugs have worse hit points than you. So that's gonna be at... this one will be at second level, because I haven't used the second level slot yet today. So I'm gonna use that. It will be then 5 plus 2...
78.
78. Roll. 27 total, from the lowest hit point first.
The middle one falls unconscious.
Cool, I'll start targeting them.
And then, what about the dwarves?
No, I was targeting Jakuva, not the dwarves. The
Well, then
3
no one else falls
bugs.
asleep.
Okay, so just that one then. Okay, that's annoying.
Actually,
That's
wait,
fine,
what
though.
about 10? What about 10? You get 10 as well.
Okay. That actually is probably the best use of my turn. And yeah, like, she notices that she's being surrounded, but really having no option right now other than to hope other people can help her. It's just... Yeah, hold on, let me delete that. Okay. It's just, yeah, just trying to throw something forward in hopes that those guys can be cleared up to do something else. And yeah, that is my turn.
Okay, number 5. He's going to do a number 5 large. He lands his antennae on your common-speaking dwarf friend, and will take a... get rid of some armor. As you see, as the armor on his starts peeling in sections, like there's holes, as if it's being eaten by like bugs. That's the wrong one. It's number 4. AC -1. And Sarah's turn. Court's on deck.
Alright. Sarah's going to want to attack Bug 8, because that's way too close to Christine and Nexar and Osiris. I'm going to cast that as, I believe I'll go Fire this time, just to change it up. And I think I might cast that as a 2nd level spell as well.
Okay.
Bear with me one second.
Yeah,
So I just
yes.
click
Sorry.
that off as a 2nd
So
level.
roll the attack like normal.
Yeah, one sec. What's that?
That's a hit.
Perfect.
I'm gonna quickly go back because they're actually wearing leather armor, so let's go and hit a weapon instead. Go, sorry.
Yeah.
Okay.
You deal 20 damage. Did you actually target him with the damage? Or...
Oh no, she's rolled it onto him directly. Didn't look at applied.
Oh, really?
Oh.
Thank you.
It
So
doesn't look very well at the moment. It seems like it's taken a lot of burn wounds from that, but it's still up. As you engulf
really
it in
cold
flame.
glare. I'm not used to using fire. That's my turn.
This one is gonna try and touch Court, because technically Court's got more iron than the other guys have at the moment.
Go away. Do not stay away, bad touch.
Iron deficient.
As he does that, Court just like sort of just kicking him. It's like no. as the antennas land on his boot and doesn't really do anything. Ryan is in a very precarious situation, and will choose to fireball again. Produce flame. Actually, you know what? Hits. Does 1d8 to 8. It's still up, but he's very wounded. Court's up. Narissa, you're on deck.
It's like, alright, I wish I wasn't wearing chainmail. And he goes to grab the big orange bug and try to throw it off the side of the bridge.
Okay. Strength v strength.
Oh my god!
Be very lucky. Yeah, it cannot make it. You successfully grab it.
Yeah, and Court has a +8 to athletics as well. So that's a 32.
Plus,
Okay.
it'll be 20.
But Court is wearing chainmail armor, so this will probably rust the armor he's wearing.
I don't think so.
I don't think it's possible for him to hold it in a way that would. He's wearing a breastplate.
Well, if as long as he doesn't use the antennas, he can't. The rust metal only
Alright.
affects like armor, so it might like hurt his gauntlets, but that's not really providing him much armor. As you like,
Yeah,
as he
grabs
grabs
it.
the mandibles and just yanks as he throws it off the edge.
He's gonna try. Yeah, I'm betting with a nat 20, he can probably do it pretty successfully.
Roll a second strength check.
Natural
athletics check.
1.
He just grabs it by the mandibles and goes in for a big kiss.
That's nasty.
As he grabs him, he like pulls it, grits down, grabs the mandibles, twists his body, and just throws it off. And Mario 64 is him off the cliff.
Just like the penguin.
Oh, that's amazing.
I was thinking so long get Bowser.
He throws it and he's just like, and that's the one. Oh, I'm good. That worked. I am surprised.
This one is asleep and can't do anything. Narissa, you're up. Osiris, you're on deck.
Seeing that they have decided to take a map in the middle of battle, Nerisian will grab out both daggers. Run up 1, 2, 3, 4.
Okay.
Make his first attack against this gentleman over here.
Okay.
Yeah. Dagger numero uno. It has advantage.
Yep. You miss. But as you do, your knife collides with it. As it does, it starts to think anything with that specific dagger has a -1 to attack.
Alright, dagger numero dos against. I'll do the same creature.
Okay.
So this will be offhand. Again with advantage.
You hit.
Because it's unconscious, it's an automatic crit.
Yep.
And sneak attack.
They do then wake up after that.
Oh, it's not gonna wake up after.
Yeah, it's so funny. It's an
You
don't know.
automatic sneak attack.
It
Come on.
had 4 damage. It had 4 HP.
Yeah, just want to let you know. It does wake up
Dimitri,
after that.
roll on the table.
Number 10.
You're on the table.
Oh, yeah.
And also,
There should be a table for bloodied.
Oh, there's the heavy table. Yeah. Do you guys have the heavy table?
Oh, heavy table.
Yeah, it's heavy wounded.
If he wounded.
No, I got the
I have a
standard
standard table.
Standard, yeah.
Here you go.
I'm gonna put that somewhere too.
Yeah, roll that table, Dimitri.
As you go for the legs, just roll damage as normal.
-3 from this.
-3.
Oh, why didn't the
Did you hit
What are you talking
critical?
about?
You
yeah?
didn't hit critical, that's why.
Ah, yeah, that's why.
It's fine. It's dead already. That weapon
It's
also
actually-
takes a -1.
Yep, that's fine.
Oh no, you did bug
So my
10.
dagger's
What?
up.
You hit bug
What?
10 with the damage.
Yeah. Bug 10, not bug 3.
Oh, okay. Well, all right. It's not dead. So yeah, roll. Oh, what's the max then? 4 plus
4 plus 12.
12, so another
16, so it's 30
So it's
damage.
also dead. Okay.
Yeah, it's so dead.
Jesus. 30 damage.
Please, please, he's dead.
Forgot about rogues.
Stop.
Please.
But
He's
that weapon
really
also takes a
dead.
-1 to -1 to attacks.
I then move.
And damage or just attacks? Damage. It's -1 to damage. I should change all those effects real quick.
So, yep, I'll move over here because I have extra movement. That'll be my turn.
Okay. Osiris, you're up. Alexa, you're on deck.
Alright. I wish to put my necklace away.
You go.
I'm not that damaged, and this is not going to work. Seeing as what Court's done, I'm going to attempt to grab Bug 8.
Okay. Roll a strength check. Do a strength check.
Strength or athletics?
Athletics, if you're trained in it.
I'm trained in everything,
Bards.
Bards, yo.
Bards.
Law
but
bards.
that probably doesn't work.
6. I mean, I've got a +1, so that's it.
Don't know, could roll 2.
Rolled an
Rolled a 1.
11.
I was gonna say, don't
Ah,
forget you've got
I don't
inspiration.
think it
I was
works.
thinking
Osiris.
about cutting words in it, but
You have to
no,
roll
yeah,
max to... Alright. Anything else?
Bonus actions.
What are those?
No. Then
What are
that will be
those?
my turn.
Alright, Alexa, your turn.
I'm just gonna try to hit the one near me with my talons.
Okay. As we all know, Aarakocras have metal talons. You hit. You do 1 damage. It's still up.
Aw,
That's so mean. AJ, how much health does that one have now?
1 HP.
Yep, I
oh
thought
my
so.
god,
Oh.
that's not okay.
Dwarf 3 is gonna smack this dude who's asleep. Hit. It's dead.
Nice.
Where are you on the tracker, my dude? There you are. Top of the turn order, Jakurva. Actually, I skipped a couple. My bad. 8. Well, 1 goes first and is gonna snip at little bitch boy over here.
Wow.
Whoop. Makes you succeed as it jumps back as you run away from it. And then 8 is going to not appreciate what Anexa did and go to bite her.
Understandable.
It
I
misses.
just like poked him.
Jakurva, you're up. Christine's on deck.
Yes. Flanking still. I remember it this time.
Do you?
Still flanking. That's a miss, I'm guessing.
How did you roll double 2s the first time and double 5s this time?
That's crazy.
It's clearly Roll20's curse. It's come for us. It's gonna
Oh,
kill
God.
us.
It's because he has 2 gauntlets.
Bonus action. Oh shit, I got to switch it offhand.
Hit.
That rolled. Just take off 2 from that.
Well, remember, you have advantage still.
Oh, yeah. 1 sec. It didn't actually roll that.
You could roll better.
You did roll better.
Still hit. You do 1 damage.
Carry on.
We're having a good time.
My wayward son.
Still getting used to the offhand thing. I gotta remember to switch here and there.
This one's gonna
Shit might just make a secondary thing for it.
fire at this one.
Yeah, for some reason it's not working.
Miss. It's gonna
to get rid of my
see
modifier.
what's going on behind it and fire at 8. Hits. It's dead. So he quickly swivels around, sees that the group is sort of in a, not a precarious situation, but an annoying one. Shoots the one in the middle dead. And then that's his turn. Dwarf 2 is going to shoot this one over here that's attacking his friend. Hit. Bang. Bang. Miss, miss. Hit. It was a miss, miss. That should take the damage off. That was just instinct. Oh. And this one is going to do his hand axe. Hit. Does no damage with the first one, but hits, so he minuses 3 now. You see as he's struggling to deal any damage as it's rusting away the edge of the strike. To this point, it's down to like basically where the thing is, and he just throws the mostly broken hand axe off the ridge. Christine, your turn.
Having a little bit of room to breathe, I'm not going to move because I don't want to move towards it, but I am going to sort of look towards the one in front of, close to me, and I'm going to conjure a sort of shroud of dark energy as I encumber it in a toll of the dead.
Okay. It succeeds.
And then it does nothing. Pain
Ding
tweet.
dong, bing bong.
Ding dong, bing bong.
Right.
I can't really. I know I can go through people, but I don't really want to force myself through people, so I'm kind of just not going to move at all. I think. Yeah, I'm not going to move.
Alright, initiative 20.
Okay. Why?
Oh no.
As you all look around, seeing the corpses of the few you've killed, you look up to the path where you came as just in time to see 6 more of these creatures start clambering over the edges.
Great.
Number 5 is going to... At this point, he's not going to rely on his antenna anymore, and he's going to go for a bite attack on the dude in front of him. And misses. 7 over here has also learned the secret art of sandwiching and will bite Jakov and hit and deals 6 damage. Sarah, you're up.
Alrighty. I'm gonna try something new. It's not a chromatic orb, I swear. Let me see. If I go 5, 10, 15, 20 and sit there next to Battle Hammer Dwarf 3, I believe I should be able to cast a Thunder Wave to try and knock Big Orange Bug 2 off the edge. Am I right?
Go for it.
Potentially.
Okay. I've not done this before. Alright. And...
It fails.
excellent.
So as you deal damage, it gets pushed off the edge, it bursts through this sort of pliable metal banter that's been set up. As it like busts through, it makes a hole and it falls down to the darkness below.
Perfect. I have
Even
to
though-
help these guys. There's more people here. Look
That's it.
after yourself.
Even though it's a bug, it's somehow Wilhelm's.
Everything can Wilhelm.
Nope.
Ah, no. I don't like this!
Hit. You take 9 damage.
I refuse. I don't want to.
Ryan is going to shoot this one with his produce flame, so this other guy can grab his friends. He's just not very good at it. 9. It's gonna... We've evolved the fucking murder sandwich to the murder club sandwich. As they all have advantage on Jacob at this point. Miss. Court's turn, the rest of you on deck.
Court's like, alright, that's a lot of them. First same as the second, this way.
Maybe this way.
He's gonna run up there and go to bug number 9, and he's just gonna try to like kick it off the edge by using a shove action.
Okay, roll strength for strength.
It's just strength or athletics.
Yeah, okay, I'll allow athletics. I'll allow it. I don't think you can make that, so he falls off.
Yeah.
Have you noticed that everyone has rolled like absolute garbage unless it has been to kick one of these things off a cliff?
Yeah.
Pretty well lately.
Second
Oh.
attack.
But like,
50.
they're rolling bad, we're all rolling bad, the NPCs are rolling bad. What a good start to the session.
That only means it can only go up from here.
I like the bug puzzle. I don't like the bug puzzle.
You guys have some sort of bug fetish, I swear.
Yuck.
Squad
Like-
doing the second one.
He's... fuck. No, he's gonna stay where he is.
Okay. Mercian.
Alright, I'm gonna keep one of the daggers out that's fucking rusted.
Mhm.
And then I swap to a short sword, using the short sword against Big Bungus over here. Okay. Thank you, Pack Tactics. Ah!
Hit. Roll your damage.
Yep.
The short sword now has also -1 to damage.
Okay. Yeah. And then offhand dagger. So it.
Roll
That-
the hit.
That was a -1, right?
To damage, yeah. Still have to roll the hit.
Your roll hits the same.
Yeah. I'll get rid of that. And I'll offhand on that one.
That's a hit.
Yeah.
Why do you have advantage
So
over that
minus
second one? Oh,
what?
tactics, okay.
Hack.
Yeah, minus
-1
4
for
off
now.
of this.
4.
Okay, so no damage.
So there's 1 damage.
Why do you
No, it
need-
does no damage. Because that's my dex mod.
Oh, yeah, okay.
Yeah, but it
You-
can't do 0 damage, so it always does minimum
It
1.
bounces off, and yeah, you do 1 damage, but you have now -2 to damage on that one.
At that point, I'm just gonna snap the dagger in it.
It's yours now.
Then we'll, Can I use my movement to crawl up the Catman?
That's up to the cat man.
Are you moving me? Or
Yeah, I'm trying to crawl up you.
You don't need to physically crawl up. Just if you're gonna do it, do it.
not the
Can I
first time
crawl up
you've done it, you
Catman?
usually just do it without asking.
Oh, well, I crawl up the Catman.
Hey Sam, consent's important.
How,
It is, it's
how
very
tall is
important. Yeah.
Trevor?
Okay, think of it this way. I wouldn't have a problem because this means he's in a better spot for me to throw him off the edge.
Well, Jacoba's
Yeah.
5'11",
Silver
so
linings.
technically he's moved up 5 feet. So technically they have opportunity attacks.
But technically he's still within 5 feet though.
No, but he's 5 feet up as well.
What's
Yeah,
the
but I'm
hypotenuse?
ranged.
Yeah, 5 plus 5... 25 plus 25 is still 25, so it's still 5 feet away. Hypotenuse
Yeah.
doesn't help him here.
Exactly, so he's within 5 foot range.
No, they get opportunity attack.
I cannot! I'm still within melee range!
You're
No,
5
if
feet
you went
up!
up.
I love math.
I'm technically 5 feet up! I have not moved out of their combat range.
Just for
Alright, it's turn.
speed's sake, let's not do that.
Osiris' turn. And next to you on deck.
I'm just
Okay.
happy I got to use the
I'm just in less. I'm in the same murder sandwich as Jakura. That's all I am.
I have a question.
Mm-hmm.
Did that dagger actually snap off in its carapace or whatever? That's an important.
I snapped it off.
So
You wanna
could I
cast heat metal on the
heat
dagger,
metal
don't
on
you?
it? Yeah, if that's all right. That's my only damaging spell that I have.
Oh,
That's awesome.
Oh,
I'm gonna say,
yes.
in case unless AJ says no, I'm gonna say just for the sheer fact if you finally get to use heat metal, fine, go for it.
Oh,
that's
yes.
clever
I
though.
mean, why wouldn't you be able to?
You can do it. Go ahead. I don't mind.
Was it bug 6?
That's
Bug one.
Bug 1.
That's actually really clever.
It's
Wow.
almost dead.
He fails. He's not
You
almost
can't
dead.
drop the dagger.
He won't just be dead after this. Oh,
will.
he's dead.
He's dead now. He's
He's
burned to a
dead.
crisp. You hate metal.
Hell yeah. Hashtag useful. And I will inspire. Oh, what's the range of that?
Court still has his fire on, so you get rid of it.
30. Oh yeah, true.
Last time we spoke about this, it didn't matter because it's not something I maintain.
I think you can only have one bardic inspiration on someone at a time.
Yeah.
Right, huh?
To the player's handbook. I'll have a
Yeah,
look while things happen.
Yeah, no, that'd be my turn.
That's.
Yeah, I wouldn't know. Every bard I've played has died in the first session.
Lamau.
The next is 10.
I'm sorry, Darian. I didn't mean to kill you.
I'll do it a quick
He's
Google.
lying.
I'm looking up, don't worry.
Time to attempt Eldritch Blast for the second time. No.
Wow.
No.
Mim.
never.
Yeah, it
No.
doesn't actually say
Yeah.
anything about.
I'm,
one a turn.
I'm just not
Or one.
allowed.
You know what's really
Oh
sad,
my
man?
man.
No.
The saddest part is last session, you know how I mentioned that the bulle got killed by a round full of crits? One of those crits was me rolling for you and you rolled a nat 20.
God damn it, Darren, you took all my character's luck.
Apparently, because then immediately after you caught also rolled a nat 20.
I'm afraid you can only have one bardic inspiration die at a time.
Playing
On a creature though.
That says a
Playing
creature.
is illegal, Mem.
It says a
Oh,
creature can
yeah,
only have
no.
one.
I,
God damn it.
for now, since Rose was written doesn't have
player's
it, you
creature.
can. Yes, but it's not saying only one creature. It's saying one creature can only have one bardic inspiration. That's
Yeah.
what Rose was written to saying.
Exactly.
I'll
Yeah.
say that that you can bardic inspire a second person for now until me and Darian discuss it.
Thank you, God.
Bless you.
That's like
Unless you want to give it to.
Oh man.
Unless you want to give it to Mim right now.
Yeah, I was get out of my head. Stay the fuck out of my head.
Now, what?
I didn't think you could fix that one. I think it's broken forever.
Battle 3 is gonna pull out his crossbow again, start firing at this dude,
I think it's the Eldritch Blast, honestly.
and miss. And
It's cursed.
Dude,
Down,
life
down.
just doesn't want me in Echo. Something
Bug
bad
12.
happens, like the day or on
1,
the day of
2,
Echo.
3, 4,
Look,
5, 6,
you're here. And that's
7,
good.
8.
And press.
We all are.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7.
At least
8.
I am.
Top of the order, Jacobo. Top of the order.
Shut up.
Yes. You keep killing my lunch. Oh well, time to attack. Guess I'll attack one of the ones above me.
Go ahead. You hit. You see as the bones are actually made out of calcium, which is technically metal in the periodic
Don't you
table.
dare fucking try this.
Wow.
You do 8 damage.
Lamau.
Oh wait, it's down.
Do you have to be raging for your zealot powers?
I don't know.
Yes. I can't use my Divine Fury unless I'm raging.
While you're raging, yes.
Ooh.
And I will attack the other one because bonus action, offhanded.
Hit.
What are you talking about, Zealot? You're a paladin.
Two
Out of character,
damage.
most people know.
Yeah, and I'm a wizard. What else is to you?
Okay, so did I get lunch from one of them?
Still up.
I mean bug 6 originally.
Bug 6 is yeah. You can grab a leg off if you want.
Sweet, I'll get that after the battle. I also sent you a message, AJ.
I did already. This one is gonna fire this squadron of 2 coming at him. That's a critical hit. That's a good lad.
That's a good boy.
Let's give him a standard table. Shoots him in the arm. Still damage. Okay. Bang.
That's a good boy.
Does 15 damage to Bug 4. Second one also brings his crossbow out. To fire at 5.
Damn, these dwarves are so cool. Having the loading feat. Crossbow expert's amazing.
I'll kick your ass, Kim.
Okay, yeah.
Do you want to live, Kim? He could turn on you any minute.
Love this.
Well, without them, the only one's doing damage, so, you know,
That is fair, actually.
you might wanna stop talking. You know, it's good for the party.
What party? It's just her.
Smack.
It's me, myself, and my life of depression.
-1 for the next one. Whoop, whoop. Second attack. Third attack. It's dead. He killed it. What a lad. 5 is dead forever and ever.
Oh.
Christine, your turn. Sarah's up next. Bottom deck.
Ooh. I kind of want to ask for a weird hold action. Just let me know if I'm allowed to do this.
No.
Okay, I would like to just shoot fire. So, from what I've seen happen twice, is that whenever I try to sort of do something more appear soonish after me, I want to be safe, and I kind of want to wait, but I don't want to wait and be basically the entire turn. I want to try sort of delay my action for this round.
Okay.
So you're holding your action to attack at the end of the round.
Yeah,
Okay.
That's fine.
that's the idea. Yeah, that's the idea.
The divine pot and plant come.
One bites Dracova. Does 9 damage. Sarah, you're up. Orion's on deck.
Alright.
Followed by Court.
I'm gonna do a bit of a risky, but I'm gonna try this out. I'm gonna move up to here, past the dwarves, and I'm going to use Meta Magic for a quicken spell.
Okay.
I have to do 2 of those, and I'm attempt to Thunderwave these 2, big orange bug 4 and 12 off the edge.
Okay.
Let's hope it works.
Oh. Whatever.
Algebra. Then we roll the save. They both succeed.
Damn it!
So just roll the
Roll
You
damage.
still do half damage.
I would like to cutting words bug 12 for its save.
Okay. Roll your bardic inspiration.
Ignore that.
It's
That probably doesn't help.
So they both take 7.
No.
They both take 6 because she rolled she accidentally right clicked that next dice before, but 12 should be the number to half.
Next time, Tez, if you control click their tokens, it'll do.
You can target them
everything-
multiple.
It'll do them all.
I just thought of that right after I did it.
Yeah,
Okay,
good.
so you got an action left.
Yep. Because that didn't work, I'm going to disengage, but I think I might move up here.
Okay.
And I believe that's my turn.
Ryan pulls out his bow, which is a log bow, and fires a bug 4. And misses. That's his turn. Caught. And Roasting's on deck.
Rinse and repeat.
I mean, he's good at eating, apparently.
He doesn't know that his sword is perfectly fine because it's magic, so he's gonna keep kicking them off the edge.
Aw. Really?
Yeah,
It's
that's how
unfortunate.
these things work.
I'm gonna use the Bardic Inspiration.
Okay.
Is that a D6 or a D4?
D6.
6.
That's a 15 now.
You shove him off the edge.
Wow.
I'm inspired by the semi-Australian Turtle Man, who's also American.
Yeah.
The southern, the down southern.
Yeah, Cole
Yeah, but-
runs up past Jakova and goes, apparently this works, and just like puts a boot in its face and just shoves it off the edge.
Nursing, you're up. Osiris, you're on deck.
Oh, hi. I will use my bonus action to. First of all, I will move 1, 2, 3, 4. Jump in the cart.
Okay.
Can I still see them?
Yes.
Bonus action, steady aim.
Mm-hmm.
It gives me advantage on my next attack this turn.
Yep.
I'm then going to nicely chromatic orb this petulant orange bug 12.
Okay.
Good spell, isn't it?
It hits.
You know what? Fire seemed to work the first time, so lightning might also be good.
It's dead.
Oof.
No, you hit. Did you hit? You hit 12?
Yeah.
Okay, it's still up.
That's fine.
Cyrus, you're up. The next you're on deck.
I'm gonna get in there. And I'm going to attempt to throw Bug 12 off the edge again.
Okay. You grab him. Roll. You'll have to wait till your other turn to follow up on the throw.
That's fine. Yep, totally fine.
Okay.
I will bonus action healing word Jakuva.
Okay. Next, you're up.
I'm gonna move up to here and I'm gonna use Shield Touch instead of Eldritch Blast because screw Eldritch Blast apparently.
Hit.
Yeah.
Apparently it's just Eldritch
Real
Blast.
blast, apparently.
Deal enough damage to kill it.
Hey.
This one.
I think after you go to like fire the Eldritch Blast once and it fails, twice and it fails, 3 times and it fizzles yet again, you just get sick of it and just launch that skeletal hand, which then just like pokes the thing's eyes out like Mo Howard and it just stumbles off the edge and dies.
Wow.
You see, as the dwarf fires 2 bolts at the thing and kills the last one. As combat seems to be over for now.
Seems to be, he says.
Yes,
Then 10
ability
more!
There's
I'm taking
my
17
turn.
more.
Don't worry, I'm still holding for the 17 at least.
Can I get anyone past the dwarves at the front row perception? If they have dark vision.
Yeah, okay.
Nope.
And then a bulle digs out of the middle of the bridge and the bridge collapses and you fall down
Oh,
again.
why did I roll
Jerks,
persuasion?
You know I have wings.
You know
Very
what?
persuade. You persuade them. You see, you've
Oh, I
also
got a
very
20
perceptive.
anyway.
Let's be honest, I was busy trying to rip the carapace off this thing for a chew toy.
From this distance, especially Nerisian and Sarah, who are nearby the cart, you see as another 4 small humanoids seem to be running down from the north, down towards the lot of you.
Possible friendlies or enemies approaching. They appear to be humanoids.
Do they look like they want my food?
I have no idea, mate. No, I think they I think they're jealous that you got all the food.
I proceed to rip this thing apart with my hands.
Alright, roll
I'm just
survival.
gonna move back around.
I'm gonna look in the cart.
In the cart, you see the leftover crumbs of stone left behind from untreated metal.
And
Is
lots
there a
of
hunk
rust.
of iron?
Nope.
No. There's a lot of
Yeah.
rust.
I mean, I just want to see if I can chew on the carapace.
I'll take a hunk of
You
rust.
can chew on a carapace. Doesn't...
Yeah, you rip a carapace off. You roll a survival check.
I wasn't trying to harvest anything. I mean, I assume I can pull a bit of carapace off without checking.
Yeah, if you
Yeah.
just want to chew to it, you can totally just, like, pull a chunk of carapace off.
Yeah, I don't have time to properly harvest these. I assume the dwarves want to get going soon.
They do. You can so as you're doing this, you pull off the chunk of carapace, you start like chewing on it. It tastes surprisingly coppery. It's really
Does
weird.
it taste any worse than the 3 green?
Tastes like metal.
Well,
So
it tastes like you're chewing on metal. If you had fillings, they'd be really weird right now.
Ah,
That worse.
But the dwarves who are there are like saying stuff to you guys in dwarfish, but none of you know what it means.
Corvus is sitting there nodding, just like, okay, yes, alright.
Uh-huh.
What are they saying?
They're saying, to summarize, basically, good work on killing them. One of them said, your bone blades are weird, but surprisingly useful. And then they said if we could get back into line, that would be appreciated.
okay.
Oh well, I mean, what about?
Oh yeah, and this one called you wasteful for breaking 3 weapons on them.
Is everybody
Look,
okay?
I can just get more.
Are we still in turn order? Question mark.
Maybe.
No.
No, no.
Who's
Can-
been hurt? Has anyone been hurt?
No, not at all.
Nurse seems to be bleeding.
Jacover, I can
Jacover
help
seems
you
to
if
be
you come
bleeding.
here.
That's it.
Although you seem to be enjoying eating the.
I will offer each person in the party a small piece of the carapace. I don't know.
I will take some.
I will
water.
I will chew on it.
As
Whilst walking back, if I may, real quick, can I cast mending on one of the rusted axes that they were using to see if I could repair the rust damage?
Viciously Google's mending to really check the stat.
I don't think you can, because I think you need X amount of parts for it. And they're sort of just like they turned into rust dust more than they fell off. So I'm gonna say no, but they appreciate the attempt.
I take my bitted dagger as well.
Just hold still. I'm just going to heal you.
As
You going to kill me?
you're doing a little bit of work, a group of 4 other dwarves walk down from the north, and they
Oh,
also
thank you very much.
start speaking Dwarvish.
You're welcome.
As the leader of the group, the one who can speak common to you guys, is he walks up to the group and starts talking with them, and he seems to hand over a piece of paper. After a few minutes of like you being able to tend to their wounds and stuff, he comes back and is like, "Alright, well, this is as far as we're gonna go. These fine gentlemen are from Highview and nice enough to take you the rest of the way. We have to fill out the report about this," as he turns to the squads and speaks in Dwarvish, a command to get them all to rally up, and they all start like relaxing a little as they start walking back. Stay out of trouble.
Thank you for helping us.
Gives a curt and swift nod and begins walking south backwards.
Safe travels.
Okay. Does anyone have any scenes they want to do till the end of Have You?
If we're having a I'm assuming we're resting up because you said it's a 6-day journey, yeah?
Yes, you'll have some opportunities to rest. You've still got 2 days left from what you can gather.
When we're on rest at some point, I'd like to have a chat with Court.
What's up?
I have a question.
I probably don't have an answer, but I can try.
Why didn't you tell me about Christine not knowing about her eyes?
I did not think it was relevant at the time. Also, There was quite a bit going on. I wanted to find a good time to talk to her about it first, but unfortunately, good time didn't really come up. If you haven't realized, since Anixara was almost kidnapped, we haven't really had much of a chance to rest.
I'm not trying to judge. It just she was very upset, and I just feel like maybe I could have spoken to her about it if I'd known. But I thought you'd spoken to her about it already. I didn't want to pry.
That's fair. I'll consider that in the future. Sorry about that. Don't mean to add any extra stress into what's already going on for you.
It's okay. You're human like the rest of us. I also have an idea.
Okay.
So, I don't know what is going to be happening when we finally get to Highview, but I feel like we might be standing trial of some sorts, and I thought maybe I should write a letter
A letter?
to the king.
Like the Dwarf King?
Yes. I just, with this whole truth thing, I just feel like maybe I should try to reach out to him before I accidentally spill some information I shouldn't.
I was going to suggest you just don't talk when the trial comes, and to make sure you don't say anything that probably would be a bad idea.
But if we speak to him, maybe we can explain things better if it's not in a court hearing, so to speak. Maybe if we use that, we might be able to get out of this a little easier. I've already written up a draft. I just thought maybe you might want to read it.
Okay, if you've already, I'll give it a read over. If I want, then I'll see what I can do.
She
God damn it, Osiris.
hands
I
you
did not apologize.
a piece of paper from that she's ripped out from her journal.
I'll give it a read over. I'll let you know what I think of it. We'll still have some time, but we'll have to find the right person to give this to.
I think this might be our best bet. Maybe we can have private audience with him. Maybe we can explain things in a less oppressive environment.
I'll see what I can do. I'll take your note. I'll do the little stamp like I see you've written here. You want me to put my sign on it. I can try and do that. We'll have to find the right person to give it to, but if we can come across somebody who might be able to get it to him, that'll work perfect. Hopefully he'll listen.
I hope so too. Thanks, Carl. That's all I wanted.
Oh, good.
So I just roll then?
I'm deciding if you can or not.
Alright.
You're sort of on the way. I don't know if you can feasibly do any tinkering. Consulting with the guide. Anyone else got anything?
I'd like to translate that information I have in my brain about gnome phonetics and what it means.
Well, yeah, like you could literally during any of the long rests, you can go back to the Atheneum, and there you can. The note is still there, waiting for you in that same side room, so you can go back and check over it if you need to. And if you want, you could try to make a roll in order to try and find like a book there to help translate.
Well, I have comprehend languages, and I'm hoping that would help.
That would be if you cast comprehend languages, you could read it without any problem.
Yeah, that's what I would like to do.
Okay.
Yeah, you cast it. You can you check it like one time when you go back there with the spell going. Even ritual casting if you want, doesn't really matter. But yeah, you can read them, and you can see the 10. There is 10 book titles. Not all the words translate because you can tell they're probably proper nouns. But yeah, you can know the 10 names in common.
So you're also telling me that magic works in the Atheneum?
Yeah, because you're projecting yourself. I don't know how you haven't ever tried doing something else like casting Firebolt. Who knows how that'll go? But a lot of your abilities to go to and from the Atheneum are under Librana's will. So it's usually you can assume if she wants it to work, then it will probably work.
Okay, cool.
For now, on to the tower, Demi. For now. As we'll move on, we'll figure out what that means. As what's the time? 1:30. 20 or 30 minutes. I think it's a good time to take a break. Honestly, before we get into high view.
Haha, God hearing.
Yeah. We'll take a quick fire break. Everyone go to the toilet, get some drinks, have some food if you haven't eaten it, and we'll be back in 5-10 minutes.
Okie dokie.
We're back then.
Much typing.
I liked the bug puzzle.
You like bugs?
No.
Yeah.
It was astounding how bad the rolls were to start with. Like the sheer amount of fails that went around. That I think in that entire first round, did anyone land a hit?
No.
I think one of the dwarves landed a shot, but every other dwarf missed. All of the rust monsters missed. All of the players missed.
I landed a bless hit.
I also feel betrayed because it's like the first 2 rounds shit spawned after me, and the third round nothing happened. I was like, "Where's the rule of 3?"
The rule of 3 was there were first 3, then there were 3 more, then there were more.
Fun.
That's not how that works.
3, and then 3, and then 3 plus 3 is 6, so there was 6, and then there was that's it.
No, that's not how that works.
It's like a Fibonacci sequence, but starting with 3 instead of 1.
What?
I used fire for the first time. It was weird.
I used
Don't
destruction.
mean shit.
I used destructive magic.
Sam, me and AJ specifically talked about your weapon and how they interact because we're like, yeah, your weapon's made of like bone and like raw leathers and hide and stuff, so you'd be perfectly fine.
Well, I mean, aside from them biting me, but yes.
Yeah, but it's like you usually if you stab these things, your weapons break, but yours would be fine.
Yeah, mine are great for ripping them apart.
Harden's bone has
I'm
its
just
use.
gonna untick all of my spell slots and stuff because I'm assuming we're long resting at some point.
Yeah, there's still 2 days travel, so you could do whatever that.
Best part about it is, like, technically speaking, if we ever need battle, I do have those other ones.
Yes, you do.
Just not proficient. I feel like I'm gonna just start collecting, like, fucking different gauntlets.
Just start killing all the Leonin you find and stealing their gauntlets. You'll find some that are like hot pink. There'll be a version that are like in a unique chrome color.
One will have a pair of like spinners on them.
One will be holographic.
That'd be impressive.
It's like Pokemon cards, you know, used for fun of variants.
I'm just trying to find some folk songs I can translate into Leonin.
I cast I can't say it. Prestidigitation.
The shiny magic.
The cleaning magic. That's it.
No, it's the
cast
dirtying magic.
Prestidigitation.
Oh, I only use it for cleaning. Yeah, that one.
Yeah. No,
I struggle with that.
it was never used for cleaning in the last group.
Yeah, I do remember hearing Darian saying that he was like making people dirty all the time. Yeah, anyone who's got rust, I'm going to clean the rust as much as I can.
You know, it just occurred to me, I could literally just go look up a Khajiit, like, I guess folk song. Yeah.
Oh yeah. I can flavor up to 1 cubic foot of non-living material for 1 hour.
You can make the
Flavor.
carapace taste nice.
Yeah,
it.
apparently. You chill, warm, or flavor up to 1 cubic foot of non-living material for 1 hour.
What's sad is I actually know the taste of metal very well in person.
Hmm,
Mostly because of my own blood, but not the point.
that's fair.
It's an interesting taste. Very
Yeah, I'm not a
irony.
fan. I'm not a
Tastes like
fan.
copper.
And it's only human blood that's like that. For some reason.
Humans are weird.
It's because we literally have iron in our blood.
I ain't no biologist.
Well, I may have found a tale from one of the Elder Scrolls games. I'll take it.
I'm back.
Welcome back.
I'm cool. I completely forgot I didn't have my glasses on, so my eyes are hurting.
That's fair.
My goal is to make sure the dwarves don't want to hear a Leonin again in their life.
Okay, there we go.
Just wondering, if we paralyze Nerisian, I could use him as a bat.
You would also do
Oh,
crit
jeez.
damage against whatever hits him.
And?
Oh, I'm just letting you know the benefits.
Is that how that works? I just allowed a Dragonborn to use a gnome as a club. I just said, yeah, fuck it.
Will admit, I mostly just want to recreate that scene from I can't remember which fucking animatic or whatever it was, but the Team Fortress 2 one.
Oh, I see.
Yeah.
I had two party members which were both like imbued with special electric energy. Using like the Dragonborn and the gnome. The Dragonborn used the gnome as a bat to discharge the gnome's electricity onto a target. And I don't know how I feel about that, but it was pretty funny.
I mean, as long as you
They
understand
named
that, like,
themselves
it's
Team
pretty
Havoc. They gave themselves a team name.
I think my experience call is a bit stuffed.
We have experience.
Yeah, it just says that I'm like that my next level is 900 experience, and I don't think that's
I don't think you've.
Yeah, you probably
That was,
haven't
that was
updated
for
it.
level 3. It was just a weird thing because I
Yeah.
didn't hit the level
I
up
don't
button,
even care.
level up from 2 to 3.
I don't hit the level up button either.
I'm
yeah.
sure like AJ
I know what
and
number it is. I'll let you know.
Yeah.
I know what it is.
Also, Kim, a good tale from back in the olden days of original campaign
Uh-oh.
was Balthazar hitting a dinosaur with Dimitri's character.
Oh yeah, it was, wasn't it?
Yeah,
Tarok petting a dinosaur.
that was also a thing.
Next 2 volumes, they're pretty good.
Dude, I can't wait for the sequel of Balthasar running a kingdom in a war.
Balthazar hitting a kingdom with a dinosaur.
Yeah.
Jesus.
Just hits a king.
I can't
and
wait for it.
becomes the king. That's
Look,
how it
he's gonna
works,
have
right?
25 strength naturally, like, and then he'll have a belt, which makes it higher. Well, I can't wait for season 3 of whatever that was. I hope to bring back Draco. It's gonna be great.
Malfoy?
Yeah, no, exactly. Instead of being a fighter ranger, he's gonna be a fighter ranger wizard for no reason. I love these stupid ideas of multi-classing. Yeah. I don't know, I just like multi-classing for dumb reasons. I think it's funny. I always seem to have like this like I always like make my characters these weird ideas, and I'm like, okay, how can I make this happen? And 9 times out of 10, the ideas involve me multi-classing. I'm like, well, I'm committed. Even though it's probably not the best idea in the world.
Consider who we're missing. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. That's last clash. Okay, we're all here. I'll continue on then. Let me just switch over to the correct screen for you all.
Ooh.
I'm missing someone.
No, we're not.
It's just one
That's
circle.
my thing. It's my.
Oh,
Well, click it
my
then.
client.
Yeah, AJ, why did you click it?
Now I'm just gonna leave it there to piss everyone off.
Well, no, I'm not here. No, I'm not here.
Stop.
AJ, please
No.
Yeah, I'm not
You'll
here
annoy
anymore.
everyone but me, and therefore I'm
don't hurt
happy.
me.
I'm not here now, AJ. I'm sorry. You have to delay
Unlike
it.
yesterday on your stream, where everyone was happy and you were annoyed.
Yep.
Take it
I
out.
was also annoyed, AJ, if that helps. But you know, I was still
You're
happy.
just better at the game than I am.
Look, sometimes we need someone who is just better, and that one happened to be me. I can't keep a straight face beating at me.
It's okay, Timothy. It's alright.
You're dead to me.
Rocks.
Yeah,
fall.
actually, you know what? Never mind. I'm actually happy. You know,
You passed the test,
It's up.
Jim. Now you can bully people without being bad about it.
that's impossible.
On the 6th day of your travel, you and your new dwarf scouts escorts make your way through another embedded stone door. Though this one is a little more intricate in its design. It pushes open to another large room. It seems to be another processing site of some sort, with dwarves emptying carts of rock and ore into other carts. Like before, some of the working dwarves ignore you, others are flabbergasted at your sudden appearance inside their working facilities. To lessen the effect of this stopped work, the escorts quickly usher you through this area. You reach a point in your ascent where the dwarven companions turn to you. Unlike the other ones, these ones all seem to be able to speak common in some sort of way. The one that seems to be leading the group says, What about to enter the area where overwaters are allowed? You've been traveling for days on the ground, so it's going to be a little bit jarring, so I recommend closing your eyes.
Okay. And she closes her eyes.
Yeah, who chooses not to close their eyes? Just say it that way.
Hands up.
Okay. Anyone else?
Right? Only Christine, or are other people going to keep their eyes open as well?
Yeah, I'll keep my eyes open.
I'll keep them open, but I'll sort of shield them with my hand.
Yeah, like no, you're not making me close my eyes like for a long period. No, ballet.
Yeah, sure, I'll close them.
You reach
I got my spell on that, so.
As another store door is open, sunlight immediately fills the rooms, blinding you all up briefly. Nursing, you're blinded. It takes a minute.
Since Nursing, you are just blinded.
Yeah, you're just blinded. Everyone who didn't close their eyes, it's an actual shock. It's very painful. It's a quick black to bright light immediately. Those who close your eyes, you're able to wait it out for the minute that it's supposed to be and open your eyes relatively normally. It takes a minute or so for you to start to return normal. Sorry, I know it's a bit of a shock. The light's coming for Vela Karad, a gem we've enchanted for overwaters to simulate their sun. As he points up, as you're in a sort of think of it like a cylindrical mall sort of things where you've got different levels and there's the railing around the middle. Pointing upwards is this giant amber gem that seems to be emanating like sunlight. Here's an actual description though. Looking around, you see a tiered city. Upon each ring, there are both buildings, primarily made out of stone, and structures that are embedded into the walls and carved to suit the owners. Railings exist to prevent people falling to the center below, which seems to be endless. Looking up, you see a radiant orange gem covering most of the roof of the mountain. Its warm light remains near the surface. You know what? I should just read before I talk. Your escorts lead you up to the highest levels of the city, eventually leading to a large townhouse mostly carved out of stone. The leader of your escort turns to the group. Zorosh has been renting this place for years now. If you're involved with him, I'm sure he won't mind you resting. Now you're free to move around the higher levels of the city, but do not try to leave. Sometime tomorrow you'll get a summons, so until the escort arrives to take you, stay out of trouble. Oh, and by the way, if you see any other overlords, do not mention anything about what you saw down there, because we'll know.
I have one question.
Aye?
Is there a church?
No. Dwarven religion is very different to what you overlords believe in.
Okay, point me the right direction.
It is below the area you're allowed to go to, so you can stay up here for now.
Mm-hmm. I'm walking off anyway.
Stay out of trouble.
I just wave and go back to singing and Leonin.
The dwarf just shrugs at his friend and he starts to leave.
Yep. So what are you guys gonna do? You're at the front entrance of this large townhouse. It seems to be at least 3 stories tall. carved in. It's like it's embedded out of stone, but it also seems to go a little bit further in. It seems to like half the building is made protruding from the stone wall behind it.
So you said will be summoned for our hearing.
Yep.
Okay, I guess we better. Oh, I'm just going to check out and see what this place is like. I start to head in.
As you enter, it's very fancy. It's different. It's simulating some artistic designs from architects on the surface, but it's not really. It still has that dwarven glow. There's no wood in the building at all. It's all made out of stone, though it is. Though it sort of reminds you of houses of nobility or high pay. As you enter, you see a male dwarf with orange hair and seemingly like golderish, amberish eyes as he walks to the front.
Has anyone followed me in?
I would
I'll
have
follow him,
probably.
but nothing better to do.
Do you want
So
to
they
head
said
over?
Sarosh
Up here.
is around, they said?
The dwarf he starts walking down the stairs toward you and goes, so you'd be the one Zorosh mentioned. He is not here, but he left word of you. The name's Basud Goldeneye.
Pleasure to meet you, sir.
What word did he leave?
Is everybody here? Did some of you leave? Are you all here?
I think we're missing a few people.
Aye, well, those who are here, if you want, he left a note upstairs for you. So if you want to follow me, I will take you to the note.
Okay. Is everybody ready?
I don't know if the others are going to be joining us. They might be touring the city.
I guess we could just pass the note on later.
Better someone knows whatever he's trying to tell us now than be ignorant to whatever he's trying to ask us. But I'm getting sick of this wild goose chase.
It just feels like we're being pulled along for something.
Getting ridiculous at this point. Oh well, we'll go see what the note is then.
So he leads you
So
upstairs.
Basud leads you upstairs onto like a kind of a long hallway, similar to the house back in Andavine, where it's like rooms upon rooms, and he takes you into one of the private rooms where there's a table and a chair and there's a desk with a note on it and a chest off to the side of the room. AJ's already pinned Zerosh's note if someone wants to read it out loud.
I can if you like.
I'm back.
I received word from an old friend in Drakazul that you were chasing me down. I must apologize that I forgot our arrangement and left town before you'd arrived. I can be quite distractible, I'm told. In the chest here, you'll find some of the payment I mentioned when we first parted ways. Thank you for completing the job above and beyond expectations. It has been pressed that I should offer some additional compensation for having you deliver the egg for me. And so, if you come to see me in my home in Andavine, I will provide the rest of the payment to those I cannot now, and some extra for the trouble. I promise not to leave Andavine ahead of you this time, and I will give you my staff I'll give my staff a way to contact me in case I'm away. Zerosh.
He did not go back to Andavine. Fuck off.
He paid us. Sort of.
So if anyone wants to look in the chest, there is one sitting at the edge of the room. It's like a lockbox, but it's obviously unlocked. Opening it up and having a look inside, you see two bags. One with a little label on it that says Nerisian, and a second one that says Osiris. There is a small, what looks like a wooden box that has a little like a latch on the side of it that keeps it sealed. And there is also looks like a sheath of some kind, but for like a rod.
With a note saying Anexara.
I'll take out the thing labeled my name and have a look inside.
Yep, you open it. As soon as opening, you feel the hefty weight of the bag, and you hear a jangle of metal. And looking inside of it is a bag full of coin. Give me a quick count. Given you've seen a bag like this before, you can estimate there's around 500 gold pieces in this bag.
payday.
By the way, Anixara, would you be with the group here, or would you be with Jakurva as he wandered off?
I unfortunately would be with Jacob.
Okay, cool.
Can you remind me exactly like what names are in the thing again?
Which ones?
Just in the chest, like.
Oh, so there's 2 bags with the names Nuristine and Osiris.
Mm-hmm.
There is like a sheath for like a rod that says Anixara,
Mm-hmm.
and then there's a small wooden box, and it has a little note that says Bralov, actually.
Oh, cool. Yeah, I just sort of see that. I hear the note and I just walk away. Like, I don't really care anymore.
Court just looks a little annoyed.
Take this to. I'll just take Anixara's thing. I'm just gonna hold on to this until she gets back, just to keep it safe.
Yeah, there's no point leaving it here. We'll probably meet up with them in the city. And worst case scenario, we can always give it back to them at their court hearing.
And Court just like picks up the little wooden box and goes, "I don't know what this is. You'll probably know better than I will, Osiris," and he just hands it over to you.
The one that says Bass, what you said.
The one that says Bralov.
Yeah, that's what I said.
Well, Bralov is back in Andavine, unfortunately, so
We can always
kind of
pass
sucks. He's in Telnorus, yeah.
We can always pass it on our way back if we. I mean, he did say that he was going to pay us more. It's entirely up to everyone else.
I've already walked out.
Okay, well.
Anyone else like really disappointed? Like actively disappointed?
I am kind of frustrated at this point. I know it's beneath me, but seriously, we've been walking.
Basic emotion is beneath no one. I am.
Oh, that's not what I meant. That's not what I meant. I just. Sorry.
You don't need to apologize.
Well, I might be interrupting a little, but I will tell you that Zorosh is an interesting fellow. This is like the dwarf who's still here. He, as he said in the note, he's quite distractible. Turns out he forgot again, but he had to leave. The dwarves don't like him here very long. They get mad if he keeps asking too many questions, and they usually rush him out of the city.
I feel like he's the reason we're in trouble.
Unfortunately, it's not very common, or people don't particularly like when you're tied to him here. He's been a bit of a prick to some of the higher-ups.
Speaking of trouble, I was wondering if you knew somewhere or someone I could talk to pass a letter on.
If you're just looking to send a letter somewhere, I could organize to
also
get...
to someone in Highview, namely your High King.
Oh, that's a bit more of a important task. I think probably better to be wait till tomorrow. Your escort might be a bit more open to that kind of thing than I will. Here they're sending an emissary for you all, but I don't really know. I don't like to mix myself with those types.
It's just I'd like to get this just a quick request just before the hearing that we have.
Tell you what you want. Zorosh pays me a lot to get easy tasks, get the errands done. You give me that note, I'll see if I can pass it along to the one who's meant to be coming here tomorrow.
That would be fantastic.
If I can't, I'll bring it back to you tonight.
I would like to roll a insight just to see whether or not
Yeah, go for
he
it.
seems trustworthy.
You, unfortunately, have never tried to read a dwarf's emotions before, and given roughly 60% of their face is beard, and then 10% of their face is hair, and then 5% is eyebrows, it's really hard to notice the slight subtle changes in the rest of it.
Is Court in the room at the moment?
Yes.
I'll just turn to him and sort of look like, do you think this is okay?
Court shrugs and goes, unfortunately, we don't really have another option. It's not like that, it's not like we have a way of getting down below the overworld or zone. Maybe he can pass it on. Zorosh pays the guy a lot, I assume. He pays me quite a lot.
That would be very, very kind of you if you could do that.
It's okay. You're not the only one the dwarves don't like here. Remember, I also work for Zorosh. They don't like that.
Well, I just sort of like hand the note over, and it's like in a little envelope with a little stamp.
It's okay. I won't open it. And yeah, he takes
Thank
it.
you.
And unless anyone else tries to like say something to him and starts to leave, he walks out and gets a little coat by the door, puts it on, and starts heading out into the weird crystal daylight.
Well, I'm gonna go see where Christine went.
Yeah, no worries. I'll hang on to the rest of this, and I'll go for a walk about the town. I'm going shopping.
Have fun.
Fair enough. Anyone? What is everyone else doing? Nersian? Good chat. Jakova and Anaxara, what trouble are you getting up to?
Well, that fully depends on what I'm allowed to get away with.
So, I'll say with wandering parts of the town, you can tell that, like, basically, this is like a tiered city.
Yeah, I
The
know.
top
but it's definitely
5
get lower.
Well, the top 5 levels are open to, they call overworlders. The few gates that go down deeper all have guards at them. You can see like about 4 dwarven guards at each of these gates watching people go through, and they don't seem to let anyone get too close who isn't an overworlder without closing the gates. Looking over the edge and looking down into the center with that huge pit that descends into the middle, you notice that about, I think it's like 9 or 10 floors below you don't actually have access to the above area. Like, rather than them being balconies like yours is, it's just like a wall that goes straight down. And then about 10 floors down, it opens back up to more balconies.
Well, I'll look at Annex, Sarah. Little one, shall we go find a tavern and tell a tale?
Oh, what tale are we gonna tell?
I feel like sharing just a little story off the top of my head.
Okay.
It'll be about the origin of my tribe. It's kind of bloody.
Oh, the dwarves even like it?
Who cares? It's for the, as we are called, Outworlders, I believe they've called us.
Yes, I guess. Okay.
I will begin looking around for some sort of tavern I can, get people to sit around a stage and just listen. Or a table with a lot of people or something. Anaxara, you are more than welcome to treat me like a ride like Nerisian does as well.
I have faith. I can use them.
Thank God.
I'm not a midget as well.
Yeah. So, did we find a tavern where I
Yeah.
can pull this off?
In the top 5 floors, like, you wander around a few of them, you notice there's a lot of traders and whatnot around. It seems that quite a few different merchants who can get through the mountains come here to sell goods from the overworld. You don't see a lot of dwarven goods, like things catch your eye, but you do see stuff from Ghislaine, stuff from Andivine, stuff from Tel'Narus, like all the items you've seen in the other trade towns you might have been in, even things from the Concordant being sold here. As there is a land burner station that you do learn on one of the floors, there's a pretty direct route between Ghislaine here and Tel'Narus. But there's also a lot of taverns. Not to work on the stereotype of dwarves like to drink, but it's also like if major trade cities have lots of taverns, because it's many places for people to sleep.
So, I'll head into one that looks semi-busy, but doesn't seem to have anyone doing any performances or stories or anything.
Yeah, it seems relatively early in the day, so there's not a lot of
Thankfully not
business at them. Yeah, you're definitely not in the peak period of the day. You do see when you go into one of them, this one's being run by a dwarf, like almost every actual building here is. You see a few gnomes, which are pretty rare normally around the world. A couple humans, a genasi or two, just like sitting down at tables eating food. You see a couple of the humans are like discussing something quietly, and like they got some gold between them. They're moving the coins back and forth, looking at a sheet.
Well, if that's the case, I'm going to approach the what I assume to be tavern keeper, barkeep, whatever. Morning, I think. It's hard to tell here.
Fair enough, morning-ish, but good day.
Mind if we use your, little open spot there?
He looks over. I'm assuming you meant like the stage-ish area.
Yeah, I didn't know if there was a stage or not, so I wasn't sure.
Yeah. He looks over and like there's no one else there, and he goes, "As long as you don't scare the customers away, I don't care."
Sounds good. I'm gonna go over to it. Pull up I assume they have like a little wooden stool or something I could just drag over.
Yeah, just grab like a stool from one of the other tables.
Yeah. As I do, before I set up the stool. Before I sit down, I sort of make it so my what am I wearing? It's a gherkin, isn't it? I guess it's like a vest.
Basically like a vest, yeah.
I basically get make it so that's sort of just hanging around, so full top body exposed for this tale. As I take a seat, looking around, come gather round. Let me tell you the tale of the origin of my tribe. It's a great battle involved.
A few of the people do look over when they realize someone's about to provide some form of entertainment. The humans are still bickering or something off in the corner, but the gnomes come over, move to a closer table. The Genasi turns in their seat to at least see what the whatever's going on. A couple of the other patrons, they're listening in at least.
I basically begin to go over the tale, explaining the whole. My tribe sort of originated back as 3 original tribes, breaking off eventually, and some went to the savannah, some went to some other place, and the third wherever they went. I explained that we were often in battles with this monstrous bug race. Obviously,
a tree green.
Yeah, no, I mean what's the term? Jakuba wouldn't know the fucking term, but basically buffing it up to make it look more storytale-wise, tale-wise. It's an epic tale of the origin. And that basically will probably take, maybe an hour or so to go through anyway, so it's not really a performance so much as, there is a bit there as I'm sort of, acting out bits of it, miming it, I guess, but...
I'd say just give me a straight performance check.
Yeah.
Just see, because it is just a tale you're telling, but there is some embellishments and stuff you can add.
Can I, give him, freaking...
It's up to you.
An advantage by doing, little things behind him with my hands and stuff, and making squeaky noises and crap?
You can provide assistance, whether it's even rather than not making that, but it's when he says and these beasts, they would run across the plains at speeds that you could barely blink, and their carapaces blended into the sand. You go oh, and gasp and stuff at the right times to make it seem more interesting.
Annex would just do that out of reflex.
Yeah, so yeah, you can get advantage. Roll again, Jakuba, see if you can get better.
No.
Well, hey, the 14's still not bad. Unfortunately, you don't gather the attentions of the humans who are still arguing. The gnomes seem rather interested, and they're listening in quite intensely. They haven't stopped to do anything else, but they're at least watching and listening.
Gives them something to drink, watch while they drink or eat or whatever.
Pretty much.
Yeah,
they're just enjoying it. The Genasi off on the side, they've lost a little attention to it, but they're still it's not like they're ignoring you. They're just listening in, but they're more enjoying their meal. A few other patrons come in as it gets closer to lunchtime, and some of them sit close and listen in as well. You don't seem to be causing any problems, so people are enjoying the ambience and the story. It's a positive atmosphere.
This can go on for as many hours as it needs to, unless the others find us or something, but yeah.
Yeah. But it's you haven't drawn in a crowd due to this amazing tale, but the people who are here and those who have arrived seem to be appreciating the noise and the tale.
It's basically like war stories in a sense. It's interesting as some people are into it, so...
Exactly. And you can tell them pretty well.
And Anexara gets to learn a lot about my history.
Yeah.
Is there a fireplace in Happen at all?
No. As you are inside of a mountain underground, there is no fireplace.
I was really hoping I need to get damn charcoal.
I probably have some stuff in my disguise kit you could use, but...
I need stuff I find familiar.
That's
charcoal and incense, yeah.
Yeah.
I have incense.
Well, that works. I just need the charcoal. I was really hoping I could just scoop charcoal out of a fireplace.
Oh, I'm not... Is one block of incense enough? What do you need so much?
The most expensive thing is the incense. You need 10 gold around. You would probably need 8 gold worth of incense.
I've only got 4 gold's worth.
It's the most expensive thing there.
Yeah, so you basically have half the incense you'd need normally.
Yeah, sorry. But it's yours when we eventually get enough of the
I got 95 GP, so if there's doors, we're allowed to go into them.
I'm trying to Google how much incense costs, and by Google I mean look at
the items.
Yeah, so 1 block of incense is usually 1 gold, so you have 4 blocks. So you have almost what you need, but not quite enough. But yeah, you can spend some time if you want to have a look around trying to find the charcoal and the remaining incense if you want.
Yes, I absolutely will.
Give me just a Investigation check, just a flat one, just to see how long it takes you.
Man, my rolls today have been bad.
So it does take you a while. After Jakova finishes his tale, I'm assuming you go with her, Jakova?
Yeah, like if she wants to leave at any point, she can just drag me out. I mean, yeah, I'll probably, wrap up my story or whatever at that point, and
After a while, you leave and you start looking around. There are a few markets around the area. It takes you a couple hours to find one that's selling the specific thing, because like you find a place which is selling like wood, but then you find out there's like a rule against lighting fires in the city, what with bad ventilation. Then you go find somewhere else and you find, yeah, there's some people who are selling charcoal, usually for writing on slates, and you're able to buy a little bit to get it, and that works out fine. It takes you a few hours. Eventually, you also find someone selling incense and whatnot. It's usually like a perfume seller. But you're able to gather the remaining cost of the ingredients. Just takes you. It's a little bit like, let's say it's about the equivalent of like 3 or 4 o'clock by now.
Yeah, how much gold would that have cost all up?
If you're using Jakova's assistant items, only be 6 gold.
it's up to you. You can have the 4 incense there if you want.
Yeah, sounds good.
Yeah, if he's even then 6 gold for the remainder.
While we are shopping, I do actually have one question.
Yep.
Would I be able to oh shit, I was meant to drag over all 4. That's still 4 times.
It's all good.
Would I be able to find stuff here to restock my disguise kit?
It's not as simple as like saying, hey, I want to buy a disguise kit.
Or
But-
specifically restocking, parts. or-
Yeah, you can take time and eventually like you can accumulate the parts bit by bit. It's like finding someone who sells dyes and someone who sells paints. Some of the charcoal person, for instance, bits and pieces, like restocking it over time. You can do this while Anaxara's traveling as
that's what I
well.
was asking.
Yeah, I have no idea how much that'd cost. Give me a
Shopping
minute.
trip, yeah.
I've only got 2 out of the 5 charges left, so
I'd say it'd probably cost you about 15 gold then to restock it.
done. Simple.
Cool. So that's what you said. After that, what do you two plan on doing? Do you just head back or doing something else?
Yeah, head back and I want to start casting. Find familiar.
Okay. Osiris, you left as well to go wander into the night? Well, the day.
Yes.
What are you doing?
I'm looking for, I don't know if they have one here, but a magic shop. Because there's an item that I'm interested in that probably isn't here, and yeah.
So you could make an investigation check as well. Just to like you're asking around and seeing how long it takes you to acquire the information.
Pretty good at that.
You're okay. It's not super fast, but you're asking direct questions. Eventually, you just go up and ask a guard directly if there's a magic shop around, or someone who pertains magical items and goods. And they inform you that unfortunately, while there may or may not be, they're not willing to disclose exactly. It would not be in the upper layers that the overworlders are allowed access to.
I see. All right, no,
Yeah.
that's fine. I'll just walk back to Endivine. It's fine. It's like a hop, skip, and a jump down a massive fucking hole.
Hey, there's a big old train you can catch.
You didn't say that went to Endivine. You said that went to Ghislaine and Telnaroos.
Telnaroos, and Telnaroos is like a 4-day walk to Endivine.
Oh.
But it's about 100 GP per ticket, so
Yeah, nah, I'm good, thanks. There's no point then.
it's a bit expensive. But yeah. So after you find out, unfortunately, your goods are not in this castle, where else? So anything else you plan on doing for the day?
There's a... No, I will wait to be in a... I don't know what would be a good place to wait for the summons. I don't know how these people are going to summon us if they don't know where we are.
You just head back to the townhouse if you want to wait for them.
Yeah, that'll do. That one.
Yeah. Nerisian, you were not responding last time I asked about you. Are you here?
Is Jimmy there?
Silence
He's
is
chatting
a...
in chat, so. Demi,
Well-
we
Was
can't
he?
hear you, so rejoin or so whatever.
Yeah, if your mic's not working, maybe.
Was he chatting?
He's chatting
Maybe?
text. He's not talking. You can see him chatting in general chat.
Are you want to give a test for us, Demi?
Sorry, can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear
Yeah.
you.
Alright, I figured out what was wrong. My
Alright, cool.
You doing anything?
So everyone,
no.
so I didn't get what you did before. When everyone left the area, some people left the townhouse, and Christine and Anaxara, Christine went off in one way, and Sarah went after her. What did you do?
First of all, I'm looking in my bag to see what's in there.
500 gold pieces.
500 gold pieces? Cool.
Yep.
Then I'm gonna chase up Christine, because she seemed
Okay.
a little bit in a huff.
So you're a few steps behind Sarah as she follows after Christine, so we can just tie this all together.
Yep.
Sarah, you catch up to Christine eventually, unless Christine, you're actively trying to avoid people and like running away.
She's not running away. She's just trying to like. She sort of leaves. She left the room before everyone else kind of left. She's basically just trying to find a place just to isolate herself.
The townhouse is rather large. Going
that's the
through the
point,
three
yeah.
stories, yeah, you're able to find a lot of different rooms. There's like literally a little library built into one part of it. There is like studies that are off into different areas. There's sitting rooms. You can easily find there's like a dozen bedrooms. You can find a lot of places to just sit and be quiet. But unfortunately, while you're looking at these places to be quiet, Sarah, walking after you, does walk on in.
Just wondering, did you want to go somewhere and read for a bit? Just get away from all of this? You have a lot of books and you seem to be taking notes, and I'm doing much the same. We could just work together a little bit, like maybe we could, I don't know. I just thought maybe you'd like that.
It sort of turns her head a bit. Like, you can notice like a bit of a smile to that, like in the attempt, but she is still got like the face of just like almost like she's sort of not looking at you. Like she's just like trying to not keep the eye contact. I just need like a little bit to think.
I understand. If you want to be alone, that's fine. Just, I'm just gonna go find an Xara then. Later on, maybe if you'd like to read for a bit. I'm gonna try and fix this, okay? I've got a plan that maybe we can get out of this and we can get back to the surface.
She then kind of moves a bit forward to you. She kind of almost just reaches out for your hand in a way. Like you can tell she's a bit shaky. I just don't know what to do anymore.
It's gonna be okay. We'll be okay. We'll get through this and we'll be fine. We can go back to Andvine and get the rest of that blasted money, and just we can do whatever by that point.
But at that point, what?
I don't know. I was reading about this. Where was it again? I was reading about this place.
I don't even know if I have anywhere to go after this.
You can stay with me. You don't have to go.
It's still looking down a bit.
Now, where was this place? I was reading about it, and apparently it's got these beautiful flower gardens that light up in the evening.
Darian, that's amazing.
Oh,
The Dusk Bloom Fields, that's right. I wrote it down on my on the trip on the land burner. It sounds pretty amazing. There's a lot of stuff out here.
It's called Duskview.
Duskview Fields.
Fuck you.
Dusk Bloom Fields and Duskview.
Fuck you, this is the name of it.
I wrote it down,
I know
okay?
you did write it down.
Dusk Bloom Fields and Duskview, okay? Like, I've never been out of Gislane before, and now we've got all these places to go and see. I don't know, it'd be nice to go and look at some of the natural wonders of the world. It doesn't all have to be duty.
She doesn't know how to respond to that in a way. Like
We'll
you
just
can
take,
tell.
You go. You go.
I was like, so you can tell that this is not a conversation she has with people.
You don't have to think about it now. We'll get out of this mess and we'll just see what happens from then. It'd be nice to keep traveling with you, though.
Okay. Thank you.
Anytime. If you want a little bit of peace, I'll head off now. But you can always talk to me about things.
Yeah. Yeah. Yes. Thank you.
So, Nerisian.
Yep.
That would be a super awkward conversation to walk in on.
Yep.
Given in a very short moment, Sarah is about to turn around and will probably notice you. Do you actively try to hide, or are you just going to be standing there awkwardly when she turns around and sees you?
I'm going to quickly duck around the corner and cast disguise self to turn myself into the dwarf that we met earlier.
Okay. So when you finish the conversation, I'm assuming you turn to leave at this point, Sarah?
Yeah.
You don't see Nerisian, but as you start walking away, you see walking down a different pathway heading towards the same area where Christine just happened to be. Is that dwarven butler looking guy?
I just nod politely and keep walking.
Yeah.
Oh. I walk past. As soon as I see her go, I turn off disguise self and I slide in the door.
Into the same room Christine's in?
Yep.
Christine, you probably see this, as it's hard for him to walk in through a door that is you're facing. Go ahead.
So, you okay?
Again, she's this time instead of being like more sort of sad, she's a bit more fidgety. Like, when in conversation with you. It's a bit hard to explain right now.
Well, I've got all the time in the world at the moment. I have these. If you notice, they're quite big. They're very good for this.
I don't know how much it is I really want to talk about openly at the moment.
Well, what do you want to talk about at the moment?
I don't know. There's just so much on my mind.
Come, sit down.
She sort of moves a little bit and then takes a seat, or just sits on the floor most likely.
I'll sit on the floor as well, and just sort of curl up like some sort of lizard cat. And so, I never really asked why you're with the group. I mean, I know why Sarah is. I know why Jakuvra is. I have no idea what the bird and the turtle are here for. Claude's here protecting you two. You're the only one who seems to be the odd one out.
I don't know. She sort of says that one a lot softer than the others. Like she genuinely doesn't know.
How old are you?
If you count the human denominator, I'm just about a bit below 20.
Well, it's perfectly okay not to know what you're doing and what you want. At your age, I mean...
That's...
look, I'm going to be honest here. And stop me if this is painfully brutal, but Yeah, you might know that kobolds don't tend to live long. That's why you see me always trying to take charge, trying to push people to do things, getting ourselves in trouble like we are right now. Using the trumpet and making all these things. I'm not going to live long enough to know what I want to do. So I'd rather make a nuisance and have a little fun while I'm at it. Rather than just, watch everything fly by me. So what is it? What do you like? What do you want?
I feel like that's the problem here. I haven't really had much of what I realized much of a time from when I actually had much of a choice.
Sounds terribly dreadful.
I mean, like, I'm not going to explain it, but when you're stuck, when you realize that you actually have been stuck, everything feels wrong. I don't know where it is I can even go next, or what it is I should do next. And I feel like I've just been dragged along. Nothing. I'm getting nothing out of this. Like, I just was brought here.
I'm going to stop you right there and say that's complete and utter bullshit. You've got friends here. You got me, you got the turtle, you got the big furry cat who might, I don't know, let you pet him at some point. You got the lovely peacock, and you've got Sarah and Cod. We're always going to be here for you no matter what.
I don't know if I have caught.
What's the problem?
I can't. I can't.
It's okay. If you can't answer no, you don't have to answer at all.
It's
Just-
it,
Do you want to take your mind off this thinking?
she shakes her head, like nods her head. Sorry.
Come with me.
She stands up.
Now, from what I hear with the other overworlders in passing, apparently these dwarves, they make a fine good brew, and damn it, after all we've been through, I'm gonna get absolutely shit-faced. Would you accompany me?
She doesn't know how to respond to that, considering what you just asked from her.
Look,
That exact point.
at that point, I'm attempt to try and lighten up the Christine a bit. Now, I'm going to do something, and it might help you a little bit, but you're just going to have to give in. And I touch her, and I cast Harsher City's Laughter, and I say, there once was a kobold called Nerisian, and he was a pretty shit person.
Okay, now this is probably gonna have to be a coin flip style thing.
Yeah.
Because I do not know if I'm actually gonna be the one willing to do that, or if my own powers are gonna force me back. So,
You make the choice, Christine.
do I have to make that choice?
You can flip the coin yourself if you want.
I'm flipping the coins.
telling you.
I'm flipping the coins, and odds is basically I resist or try to. AJ.
Okay, Well then, Dimitri, you have to roll the saving throw for it then.
I have to roll then, yeah. So what save is it? No mind, you're rolling on me. Okay.
And you're laughing on the ground for about a minute.
That's... I don't know how to feel about that. I can't do anything.
Shit person, and now you're laughing.
I can't do anything there.
Just mood whiplash.
Yeah, like I don't know how to even respond. Like,
Hey, Christine, you could always use Tides of Chaos.
Good eyes, you skies of chaos.
You also have inspiration.
And fair level.
No, that went away. Oh,
no,
wait, she does.
I go back from our session. I'm thinking real quick. I think Tides of Chaos would be the most logical answer here.
You want to go
Before
for
the
it?
inspiration, yeah, before the inspiration, it'd be a whiplash of the Tides of Chaos.
Alright,
Roll
do
that,
Tides
roll
of-
that onto me again, and
Okay.
prepare for a table roll.
Hey, Christine, roll on the table.
Thank you. Alright, let's not look. Please give me the silence.
Ah, yep.
You're sitting there. Are you gonna re-roll this again, Christine?
No, I'm not. Like, I
Okay.
wouldn't use the
You
inspiration on it.
see, as Christine is laughing on the ground, as she does, she seems to have this tinge of radiant energy, like, just be on her skin. She seems to have a sort of golden-esque appearance to her usually pale skin, as she's giggling.
How does
Wow,
that go, Christine?
I never thought that was that hilarious. Now you're tickled gold. I end the spell.
Ugh.
She just like it's like that kind of moment like once the spell ends, it's like just sort of like heavy breathing of like just trying to figure out what exactly just happened. That lasts for a
Don't think
minute.
about it. Come on, let's go have some fun. And I help her up.
Yeah, I feel like she just like you basically pull her up. She just kind of just goes along with it in that sort of sense. Like she doesn't know what to say or do. She's in shock.
Alright.
What is something that you've always wanted to do? Anything.
Find my dad.
Please.
My mum.
Also, please.
Be loved.
Yeah, please.
Want to have a go on this trumpet?
No.
No.
Throws it away.
Oh, of course he is.
I don't. Yeah, it's like her arms like probably being pulled by you. It's just like I really don't know.
Have you ever tried? I don't know. Yeah, let's go. Let's go have some fun. And I take her outside. We'll go
Okay.
to the residential area. And we go ding dong ditching.
What kind of fucking child are you?
Dumbass one.
He probably is actually like 6.
I'd probably walk
I'm
away after
22.
I'd probably walk away after the first door. Like
Yeah, that's fine.
like
No.
as he
I
goes
got you outside the house. So I made you do something.
as he goes up, I would just leave.
That's fine.
You go knock on the door, very angry, like you go run away, so Christine's not even there anymore, she's down the street a little bit, you start following her. Half a second later, there seems to be an angry dwarf woman yelling.
Alright, well, I'm assuming an awkward situation ensues where, Christine, do you just, like, walk back to the house, or do you just, like, wander around?
I think she has to, while she's out, actually get rations because she doesn't have any now.
Okay.
She legit has
Shopping-
none.
Yeah, shopping isn't hard. You can, even if you don't want to talk to people, you can pretty silently just exchange money for rations and whatnot. There's still goods that are traded, and like I said, there's a lot of trading going on in this town, so it's not hard to do. Nerisian, unless you do something else, are you gonna follow after her?
I'll follow after and then I'll do my own shopping.
All right. Well, you can do your shopping at the same time, but
Yeah.
I'm assuming you spend a lot of this time in silences. Your attempt to cheer her up has been met with a brick wall of fuck off.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And
I'll
there
buy
is
some
also
scrap and
there
I'll
is
buy some
also
nonsense.
attempt for her to slip away as well. Actually, I feel.
Yeah. Was that just whether or not it happens? That's you can easily probably lose him, or he can just choose not to follow. It doesn't really matter. You finish buying what you need to. I'm assuming you head back to the townhouse after that.
See?
That was fun. Oh,
Would
wait,
I-
where'd you go?
Good question. Would I have noticed the glowing aura of myself in that 1 minute at all?
Given your recovering from the forced magical hilarity
I hate it.
and the being pulled down a hallway by a kobold, probably not before it expires.
Okay, cool. Just checking. Thank fuck, so I didn't see that.
Are we doing that same with Annex and Chikova?
I
Yeah.
did ask, and Mim seems fine with it.
Yeah, go for it. I'm assuming this is like after you guys return.
Yeah, this is
Like, on your way back
probably
to
after we've
townhouse
done our
watching.
shopping and that.
Yeah.
So,
I'm summoning my little fun familiar.
yeah, I guess I'd probably just be overseeing that for some reason.
Like I said, I do this.
So, Annex,
Hmm?
while you're summoning that, mind if I ask something?
Yeah, sure.
How do you feel about our progress towards whatever quest you seem to be on? We kind of got trapped down here, and that's a bit of a detour, but
Honestly, uncomfortable and kind of scared.
have things been off?
I mean, in that last fight, things didn't feel right. I mean, you didn't see it, but I tried to use some of my magic, and it didn't really work.
Yeah, I was kind of distracted trying to rip the carapace off one of them.
Yeah, I noticed you were kind of surrounded at one point.
It was fun. A little more fun than that other lineup we had.
Stuff tastes weird, and it's nice to chew on something.
It's more for the chewing than the taste. The metallic taste is not healthy from what I can tell. I think humanoids tend not to like the taste of iron or copper or whatever.
Yeah. I mean,
Apparently it's a bad sign.
I guess.
But yeah, so should we meet back up with the others once you're done with this and figure out where we can get going?
That's probably a good idea. I do want to finish this stuff up as soon as possible. I really need to get
What exactly are you doing?
Annex looks around. Is there anybody around the area? Apart from us.
Depends where you dragged us.
I could say you could probably find somewhere where there's no people.
Yeah.
Climbing a roof again, not the first time.
It'd be hard as most roofs go directly into the like wall or like slanted hard, but you could find somewhere. Even there's like an alley between some buildings or something.
Yeah, I mean, you could argue I'm blocking the way with, whatever.
Well, we see this a couple of years ago, back in my home when I was living with my parents and stuff. I found some weird books, and then I may have summoned a demon. He's my demon daddy now. I mean, he's my demon friend now, and he gives me magic and stuff, and he's really hot. I mean, he's really nice. I'm losing my connection.
I think I understand.
Yeah, I need the item to regain my connection with him.
Well, I'll let you focus, and then we'll get to that, though. Honestly, at this point, I'd say a demon's much better than some of the people that I've met that worshipped false gods.
He's a really nice person.
Well, maybe we'll get to meet him.
Yeah, that'd be great. Honestly, I don't think the others would do well with meeting him, but I think you'd like him.
Knowing what I've done, he'd probably like me too.
Yeah. You do balancing stuff, right?
Sure.
stuff, so you guys are getting along great.
It's a different kind of balance, but yeah.
Yeah, yeah.
Alright, well, I'll let you focus. Just tap me on the shoulder when you're ready to go. I'll make sure no one comes
You're
down
gonna
here.
see when it's done.
Okay.
Just wait.
I'll probably go just to make sure no one comes down, like, the alleyway we're in or something.
Good. As you place the last incense in this runic diagram that you've made and begin chanting the memorizations you've memorized from before, you see as each incense starts to seep into this blood that's on the diagram, one by one, until there's none left. And after a minute, you're just sort of sitting there waiting for anything, and nothing appears.
Oh no. God damn it. Is this supposed to work? Hey, okay, maybe we should get back to the others sooner. And just go buy the shelves you kind of need to buy my incense and stuff.
Do you want me to pitch in for a little bit of it?
Oh no, I've got enough. We really need to leave as soon as possible. I need my item.
Alright, lead the way.
Annex is just gonna run straight back to the stop where she bought like the charcoal and
I will notice I'm a lot kinder to her than everyone else.
Eventually, you do a rush order back to where they got from. They're like, "Oh, you're back," and then you like explain everything. That there's like, "No, I just need more stuff. Give me more." And like, okay, if you've got money, then they take it, and you run back to the thing. Sarah, during this time, you've looked around. You can't find anyone. You just give up. And at the same moment, just both of you are leading up to the townhouse as you're walking into the door.
I finally found them. Hey! I've been looking for you. I have something for you.
What?
Zerosh left a note for us. He left a few items. This is for you. I just like...
Demon Daddy. Annex just grabs the item and just holds it in the air.
As you...
And she's like bobbing like a child.
As you...
Say, Demon Daddy?
What? No.
Never mind. I didn't hear anything.
As you take out from the sheath, there seems to be an obsidian rod, probably about maybe half your arm. No, it's probably about the size of a wand-esque thing. There's a knob at one end, and it flares up, and then suddenly just goes flat on the other. It's like a mace, but like where the head is just like cut off, like that's 30% sort of deal.
Yeah, if you want an easy description, just Google flanged mace, and just like cut the head of the mace off about 30% up, and that's what it looks like.
I'm a Google this bitch.
Can I religion check on this?
Sure.
If you want.
That's Mance, not me.
Nah, it's fine.
Unfortunately, it looks like a rod. Who knows what it does?
I think I'd like to
Oh, yeah,
roll
I get it.
something as well.
You can roll Arcana.
Arcana? Awesome.
It's a rod.
It's a
They're
stick.
magic sometimes.
You know less than me.
Yeah. I'm like trying to convince myself I didn't hear the word demon.
Oh, good.
But yeah, you found the image, Mim?
Yeah.
You guys have a rough idea what it looks like.
Yeah.
Is anyone got anything else they want to do?
I'm just gonna head back into the townhouse and hope that everyone's sort of there.
I'm guessing that's where everyone is, so...
I'm gonna go onto the corner and like focus on my subject and see if I can make any connection, pretty much.
I guess I'll find some middle ground.
I feel like I would have head back early-ish. Because only just as soon as I got dragged out, I went basically right back. About 2 seconds.
Alright.
You guys haven't followed us down here, right?
Who knows? Jeremy, Dimitri, anything you done?
No. Feel like I've got after purchasing my stuff, I look at my coin purse. I see I still have some money left. I'm gonna go find some orphans.
Okay. You can't really find orphans in this particular section of Highview.
Well, fuck. I'll go to the bar, and then I'll perform.
Okay, roll performance.
Hey!
You're getting better at it. You're getting better at your trumpet. It's no longer just this loud noise. You're traveling with Osiris. He's taught you how to use chords and notes and how to perform actual songs instead of one-note duding. And you manage a very decent rendition of Mary Has a Little Lamb. If Osiris was there, he'd be almost proud.
Oh my.
But is everyone down for the night? Will we take the long rest now?
Yeah.
Okay.
Still gonna try and hit Christine up to read,
Yeah.
but that doesn't need a scene.
That was one thing I was gonna say, like, before, because someone just came to my room. I would have actually sort of looked out for Sarah and just kind of, even if it was just quiet, just sort of at least just stay with her just for a little bit.
Okay. As everyone falls asleep in the townhouse or wherever they've chosen to. And Exaro. As you lay down to rest for the night, the item you've been searching for, finally in your hands, sleep comes as easy to you. It doesn't take long before you find yourself in the same room as last time, but unlike the hazy silhouettes of clouded expanse out the window, it's aglow with new beauty. The room itself seems the same as before, but empty of your patron. The view beyond the balcony has changed though. You can see miles of land stretch into the distance. Mountains hide the horizon between you and them. Forests and rivers, flatlands and swamps. You get out of bed and step through the doorway onto the balcony, looking down. And the building you're in has no bottom. It appears to be floating, not tethered to the ground in any way.
Damn.
Sudden movement catches your eye as you crane your head to see what draws your attention. A crimson blur glides its way along the treetops, moving faster than you thought possible. It suddenly peaks up into the open area as it ascents slows moments before it starts to fall again. You see a patron, their red wings carving a path across the greenery as they make their way towards the room you're in. It takes them about a few minutes to cover the distance, and soon they come into a sudden stop in the air, wings flaring out and wind buffeting you. Well, my dear, I was expecting you, but it's still so pleasant to see you.
You have no idea how good it is to see you. I was doing some stuff and it wasn't working, and I was really starting to freak out.
I've noticed our connection was dwindling, but now that you have the item, as he points to the rod, which as you see, it's traveled with you in your dream, and as you're holding it, it seems to amorphously change shape as you're talking and this conversation is taking place. Our connection is renewed and then some. I can show you the full glory of this place this way. One day I'll take you down there. Maybe you'll learn how to come up here yourself when awake or in dreams.
That's really great.
He lands on the ground, and as he starts to walk inside, his wings fade away, replacing them as the same crimson gown he wore when the first time you saw him. I'm assuming you haven't forgotten what I've showed you. He moves towards the mirror and waves a hand as the surface shimmers and is replaced by a mountaintop, a small community of houses that are nestled into the peak and wind their way down a ways. A ring of clouds created near a sea-like visage below, hiding the world from view. The houses are on fire. Even from the distance you're viewing, you can see the bodies on the paths. A fountain near what seems like a town centre is piled with them. Your home is not the only place that gets this treatment. He waves his hand again. The mirror shimmers once more, each time showing a different town, burned or burning, and with bodies decaying. You know what I am. I've never hidden that fact from you, so I hope you trust me when I say it. I do not wish for this future to come to pass. He takes your hand and starts leading you away from the mirror. Eventually, you must go and have a proper seat, but first I have something to show you, and a gift to give. In one corner of the room, a desk sits. On its surface is a bowl of viscous red liquid. Normally, only the vitae of one's life you ended is yours to shape and mold as I taught you. Now, though, with the rod you have, you can go beyond that. He proceeds to show you step by step how to draw the essence from the blood in the bowl and use it like you normally can. Now, this will only work after a short time after the targets have expired normally, but it gives you a lot more freedom to work with my gifts. He lifts the bowl and starts to drink it down its contents, not stopping until he places it back down, completely empty, as if it never held any liquids. Now the second part of my gift, to help you along with the next task, which are more to come, I'm sending an associate to help you. He reaches out, takes his hand, and pulls a silver bracelet from behind him and slips it onto your wrist. This will give you the ability to summon him, and they've been told to help you and do what you say. When you wake, try it out, and if you don't like what it looks like, give him a new form. He can handle it. He steps away, releasing your hands, and takes a few steps back towards the balcony. Do you have any questions?
No. I think I'm good. It's just nice to see you again.
It's nice to see you too, lovely. Now, my dear, I know this has been a lot to take in. I will leave you to your dreams, so please have a good night. With that, he steps back out again, right out the door and to the edge of the balcony. Your vision begins to blur as the world outside fades. The last thing you see is their wings flaring out to either side of them before they leap off the balcony, out of sight. Normal sleep overtakes you for the remainder of the night, and come in the morning, you awaken.
Hell yeah.
As you see, as you wake up, your rod has suddenly changed. There is a divot driven into the top, and a series of chains are connected, hanging down to half the rod's length. So it's like a cat o' nine tails, but made out of metal, sort of deal.
Nice.
And you seem to have a bracelet, silver bracelet, that was on your dreams. It seems to have come with you as well. And let me just add the other item you got. So you got your Rod of the Packkeeper. Yep. You have your... You have this item that you can have a look at that. And you also have an ability, a new ability now. Basically, your old ability can work on anyone that died within a certain range of you, as long as it's within one round. You can use your Dark One's Blessing on them.
Oh, sweet.
For the rest, your night seems to go swimmingly. Those who are confused may have dreams that are tampering with your sense of reason and conflicting evidence and stuff like that. Others have a normal sleeping night, no dreams to annoy you. And Darian will take over while I do some shenanigans.
I'm assuming you have the item in your inventory, Hanixara?
Yes, I do. Thank you.
Yeah, I think you might enjoy that.
Yes, that is
So yeah,
nice.
for the rest of you, you awaken as normal. It's hard to really know when dawn is, but for those who are up late the night before, you see the large crystal. As night starts to come, it dims down and gets darker. Then as morning comes, it seems to brighten back up, simulating a pseudo-sun. But you all awaken and eventually make your way about the morning. Anybody have to do anything special in this morning?
I would like to go find Osiris and talk to him.
All right, Osiris, whereabouts are you?
Well, and I waking up, just in the courthouse waiting patiently.
In the townhouse?
Yep.
Cool.
Hello, good fellow. Glad to see you today.
Morning.
I recently purchased this, and I pull out a violin. I'm not exactly sure how to play this, although I know how great it sounds. Do you perchance know how to play this, and if so, would you be able to teach me?
Well, if I'm honest, I know my way around stringed instruments. Your horn, or whatever you call it, no idea how that works. But takes the violin from you and looks it over. This, I can work with this. Show me your hands.
Shows my hands.
Looks along them. It takes some getting used to, but it gets difficult trying to press down the strings with claws. So there will be a learning curve in it, but I believe we can make something work.
As you two are down there, in the kind of like the main area, the main room, you hear a knock at the main door.
Come in.
Want me to be him?
Uh, I'll take it.
Okay.
Stepping into the room, you see a dwarf, another one you have not recognized. This one's wearing wearing all black, a hooded robe, and a silver clasp fastening it shut. His hair and beard are neatly trimmed, and he appears to be a little less stocky than his brother and a bit more lean for a dwarf. He looks over and he goes, "Afternoon, lads. I am Mado. Who would you be?"
We are the I'm Neuristine, this is Osiris. We're employees of Zerosh. But he owes us payment. We're just chasing him up.
That's mighty convenient that it's you two. I am to be the one who escorts you today, the whole group of you. So, when the rest of you gather here, as long as you follow me and don't do anything stupid, then everything should be fine. And he looks up towards like the area where the rest of you are probably getting up or getting ready. And he goes, "But while I have the two of you here," and he moves a little forward and just like sits down across from you both.
Yep.
"I have personal business with the both of you.
Yes.
Well,
Oddly convenient.
oh, it quite is.
Can the
But
two
you'll
of
find
you...
in this world."
Sorry.
Hmm?
I was gonna. Can the two of you roll me history checks?
Roll what?
History checks.
Yeah.
Sorry, you have advantage.
Do you want to roll again, Osiris, for your advantage?
Oh, advantage. Oh, I thought you said I didn't get it. Alright, no, I'll
It's
do
a
that.
good advantage, don't worry. Okay.
Unfortunately, nothing comes to you, but Nurisin, you at least catch and notice that when he sits down, the silver clasp he has around his neck, he reaches up and unclasps the coat he's wearing and goes to put it down. But as he does, you notice that as he pushes it together, it seems to click into an interesting way. And it shows a symbol you haven't seen in a long time. One from a butcher you met back in Tel Narus.
Ah.
He looks up and goes, "I can see you understand a bit. Now,
Yes.
back in Andavine, there were some questions asked by friends of yours, friends of mine. And then again in Illowell, they said, well, a report would be appreciated."
Oh, yes, I am very sorry. It's just that we've been...
We know.
Yeah. I will give you that report. And,
Whether a written report or a verbal one, either is fine. But I would like one. Our friends would like one.
Oh, yeah, of course. You wouldn't happen to have a bit of quill and paper, would you?
You can just say it out loud. I'll pass it on.
Yeah.
Give me my
Task
note
to
up.
find a, item of import. Gave that rendezvoused in Drakazul. Gave it to Platinum Dragonborn. Then went down underneath the ground on our way to Highview.
The item of import. What was it?
Yes. Golden Dragon, sadly deceased.
I see. Well, we knew most of that already. We just wanted to make sure that, at least, well, our reports were correct.
Yeah, that's fine. How's Z, by the way?
Z is fine. I am told that I'll be passing a letter on to a friend, and the butcher will get his letter, and then another friend will get theirs, and Z will get his goods.
That's very good.
And you will get yours, as we agreed. And then he looks over to Osiris. And you will get yours, as we agreed as well. Though, you have to meet a friend in Ghislaine you talked to once. Do you remember the one?
Yeah, I remember.
They might have a different face when you see them, but they'll find you. Ask them any questions you have. They've been gathering information for more than a month, and they'll have answers for you.
I look forward to it.
Look forward to it.
And I look forward to more business in the future. But, and he turns, and at this point, he seems to have timed his conversation. You hear, over time, you've heard the sounds of people getting ready in the distance. And as he's wrapping up this little private conversation, you hear the footsteps as more people start coming downstairs. To anyone else who's coming down at this point, you see the same dwarf, very well looking, wearing a whole lot of black clothes. And he goes, "Nice to meet you. I am Mado. I am the emissary and here to guide you."
Very pleased to meet you.
I'm assuming you're the one whose letter I was given.
Oh, you received the letter. That's fantastic.
Yes.
Yes, that was me.
It was passed on, and I passed it on in kind.
I appreciate it.
So whenever you're ready, let me know. We have about, and he looks around, looks out the window to this light change, and goes, "About an hour before we have to leave. Let me know when you're all ready to go, and I'll wait here."
Annex is going to be using her new gift to summon the creature.
You focus on the bracelet you were given, and take the time to enchant the same ritual you performed before, but this time focusing all the energies through the little gift that you woke up with. And as you come to the culmination, swirling sulfurous smoke seems to pour out from the bracelet and wrap around the air close by you. And then as it dissipates, you see an imp sitting there looking at you.
Annex just sort of raises their hand and goes, "No, that's not cute."
He looks upset.
Oh,
Fuck you, I'm cute!
Do you wish to give him a different form? Which form do you give him?
I want to turn him into a little brown otter.
Better be one that
Okay.
can't speak. I have a lot of shit to say to you.
As he's saying that, the culmination of your spell still wrapping up, you notice the smoke quickly pulls back together, wraps around him, and
Oh,
then
no,
as it
no,
again,
stop,
he's a
fuck,
brown
shit.
otter.
Seeing Otter is looking quite pissed, but
Yeah, he's rather perturbed, but he's sitting there.
Annex picks the otter up in the air like a baby or a cat, just goes, "This little Valorian."
He looks so it's hard to tell the expression of an otter, but perturbed would be putting it lightly. But he acquiesces and lets you pick him up and do whatever you do. He doesn't seem to react negatively, but he doesn't look like he's enjoying it.
Annex just walks about a day now, just holding the otter and petting it.
To answer your question, Jakova, it is yelling, so you can absolutely, if your room is next to hers, you pick one closer, you probably hear that through the wall.
anyone in Infernal can hear this.
Yeah,
Oh,
it's infernal.
sweet. I can speak infernal.
Oh,
I will knock on Annex's room door, I guess.
Come in.
But were you yelling at yourself just then?
No, why would I yell at myself?
And then I'll just change my language so you weren't speaking in the demon's tongue.
Oh no, that would be this little guy, little Valorian. And she holds up the otter.
The Otter grabs his little paws, and he does the thing where he has the hand thing and he slaps it upwards like the fucking symbol to Jakova.
I'm just gonna speak in infernal towards the otter. Pleasure to meet you. What's your name?
Starts talking in Otter.
Yeah.
He was a little imp, but I wanted little Valorian to be a bit cute. He didn't seem to like that.
Well, I assume he can understand infernal then, whatever he is.
Mm-hmm.
I think all the others had it down. I don't know. I'm gonna go find what's going on.
Okay. Annex will go to
It's-
follow Jakova.
It sort of squeaks at Jakova as he's turning away, and you look back and he's doing the "I'm watching you" motion.
I am positive it can understand what I was saying. I mean, there's only two other people that can understand what I'm saying anyway, I think, so...
It depends on how far away your bedroom was, Christine, but if it were close by, then yes, you would have heard this. It was pretty loud.
probably not. I don't think I would have been near Chikuvo and Asara. I don't really have a big connection with them at the moment.
I will say, I feel like I probably would have slept on a chair in the hallway if given the chance.
That's fine.
I like the idea that everyone's just having a peaceful morning wake up, and then it's just the sound of the screams of undead in the
Demonic
underworld
screaming.
come up.
And then silence.
That's awful.
Silent forever, perfectly masking the conversation we had downstairs, so no one could hear.
If,
Providing a convenient distraction.
if anyone asks, we'll just tell them, I don't know, we were arguing in Infernal.
But why would we argue?
I don't know. We're discussing private matters or
Look,
something.
if they ask, they heard nothing, and we say they're crazy.
Sure.
Because why would this cute daughter yell like that? And she just scratches his head.
It's like slapping your hand off its head.
Stop!
But unfortunately, otter strength versus bird strength,
Yeah.
especially like 5.5 tall bird, or however tall you are, no, he can't do anything. It's like you can just force your fingers to give him a scritch, and he sits there looking just annoyed, but he can't do anything about it.
That's just utter rubbish.
We
I
definitely
am
got to make him
so
phone call later.
I'm just gonna remove
Oh, no.
that
I am proud
inspiration
Oh, no.
from
I heard
Sarah.
that.
Darian disowned you.
I heard that.
Yeah, and I just removed Sarah's inspiration.
No!
Yeah,
Could have used
AJ,
it.
Mm-hmm.
next time I get bones, I'm making it. The next bone crown I make is going to be for the otter.
Okay.
The sized crown.
As you all walk down, you see Mardo, as is announced to your friends, waiting for you all to be ready.
So I lean over to Osiris in a harsh whisper and I say, "So, how long have you been with the, or associated with, the guild?"
Associated would be a strong term. Loosely linked is how I would like to describe it. It's a necessary evil in order to acquire what I want. But
Yeah.
since before I left Ghislaine, well, just after I left Ghislaine,
And your particular reason for?
maybe ask me later.
Fair
I
enough.
have a bit to process.
I start like trying to play the violin.
No, you're doing it wrong. Doing it wrong. Then I pick it up and I play it, and then averagely tell him how to do it.
Alright, I will try. I will follow his instruction and try to play. So, performance with proficiency,
Disadvantage.
disadvantage.
It's a new instrument. You have no idea how to play this.
7.
You can hold the instrument well. You start making screeching noises, and Osiris is immediately like, "Nope, stop."
Oh, is that a violin? Did I hear a violin?
No.
You heard a cat.
But,
I mean, I have
Oh,
one right
that's
here, but
pretty.
you heard a cat screeching.
can I have
It's
a
a
go?
work in progress.
Sure. I give it to Sarah.
I've
I
never
imagine
played
it's
one
like
of
a
these
small
before.
miniature version because Nerisian is so small.
Yeah.
She's pretty small too. So
No, it's like a full-size violin. It's just really awkward for Nerisian
He's
to hold.
playing it like a guitar.
Yeah, he plays like a cello.
I'm using Mage Hand to lift it up. Well, I'm using like my
Why would you
actual
not
hand to lift
use-
it up by the base. Mage
Yeah.
Hand to play the chords.
No, Mage Hand's probably used to do the fucking the
Bow.
fret, the bow. Yeah.
Yeah, the bow, yeah. You just hold it.
Never ever got to do any music lessons back in the. I mean, in the.
Like in the castle, because I was
place?
I was a maid.
I was. Yeah. So
Definitely made.
Well, it seems I've been roped into teaching Nerisian. You're more
I
than
just-
welcome to join us for lessons.
that would be amazing. Can I just have a little go now? Please?
Yeah, I
Ask
give
him
her
his
the
instrument.
violin.
Mardo's sort of just standing there tapping his foot as all 8 of you are ready to go, but this is fucking going on.
Oh.
Oh, wait, I thought this was going while we were going.
No.
Do your
You
roll.
have your go
Yeah,
now.
do your roll. I'm just saying that he's sitting
your-
there. So
Yeah,
this-
Wait.
Wait, I bring out the trumpet.
He put the foot down. All right.
Oh my
Oh,
god.
yeah.
Oh my fucking god!
She's a gifted child. Fucking hell.
You remember, back in the days where sometimes there would be musicians in the court, and one was a particular in the court. Obviously, duh. It's his wife, you stupid.
Kill me.
Court's into butt stuff.
Kill me.
AJ!
Talk to your fucking fiance, not me.
Kill me.
Never do that ever again.
Alright,
But-
sorry, Darian, you gotta leave.
But you play,
I'd like to cast self
you remember that she played a little ditty. Well, it's not a full song, it's not the full song, but remember, like, a small piece of a song, and you remember it well, and you try and play it. You'd spend a couple seconds finding the right chords, but after all, you seem to get it. You find the right notes that needs to make this little 4-note pattern, and it plays rather well. Osiris, for someone who's been playing music forever, it's just like unheard of someone just picking up an instrument and being able to play anything. Like, first try.
See, now that's bullshit.
I mean, I'm inclined to believe you, but I'm just more flabbergasted.
I don't know, that was a little bit rusty. I've definitely heard it played better.
No, you shut your mouth. That was not rusty. That was eloquent. Don't even
That-
try to put yourself down. It was amazing. You
that
just pick
was-
something up and be good.
That was really good.
I just hand the violin back over to Nerissa. I don't know. I listened to a lot of music.
I just need to have a look at something.
I'll
Proficiency in music.
I look at the violin. I look back at Sarah. I look at the violin. I look back at Sarah. I'm like,
You have to be gentle with it. You can't push down too hard on it, and you have to hold the bow on a slight angle.
So I wanted you to call it the wrong name.
can I try again?
That would have been amazing.
No.
Nerissa and
advice.
Osiris is like, this is going on. You see Anax is like crouched over, like facing something against the wall. You see a little fucking like weasel-esque creature. She's just talking to it as like this whole thing's going on. It like it's sort of stopping a conversation for half a second as you continue. No one else seems to have noticed that there's a pet in the group now.
It's also indignantly like the entire time you're talking to an Anxara, it's just like looking away from you as if you don't exist.
Nah.
Like a
not
dog
even
who's like
feeling-
trying to be like, no, I didn't do anything wrong. I'm looking over this way because you're clearly not talking to me.
You managed to get a chord off, didn't you? You're not. It's not bad. You managed to find a note. It takes a couple minutes of screeching, but eventually, Cyrus is able to guide you into your first note, like the easiest note. I think it's probably C.
Okay, guys,
C is the
ready?
easiest note to do.
I don't mean to rush you, but
I think
we have to leave. And if you
Hold
don't
on-
put
hold
down
on
the
there, hold
violin,
on.
I'm going to break it.
So
Mona,
sorry.
Mona, hold on there. We need to go now. Okay, let's go.
First of all, it's Mado, not Modo. Second of all, you're
Like
not in
tomato.
charge here, little one. You follow me.
Okay.
Nice to meet you, by the way. My name is Mado. He looks away from Nerissa and he's like all smiles and stuff to everyone else.
Once you guys are ready, you pass almost the same way you came, arriving in Highview. But after passing beyond the gate that keeps the Evlodors out of in the upper city and head deeper down, almost every dwarf who sees the group stops and watches you pass. It's probably not a common sight to see Evlodors down here. Marta leads you deeper still, deciding over a dozen floors, keeping mainly to inner walkways. You rarely get to see the near hollow center of the mountain Highview is built around. Eventually, he stops in the center front of double dares, looks at all of you, straightens his cloak, pats his beard and his hair into a semblance of neatness and pushes them open and steps in. Beyond them is a set of other doors, with a handful of guards between the two sets. Marta moves past them as well as continues inside. As you enter him, you see a large room with high vaulted ceilings. Off to either side are rows of benches, standing empty. Opposite the entrance is a dais. It is raised with a single throne sitting at its center. A slightly bored-looking dwarf in regal attire sits upon it and watches you all approach. In the center of the room are two benches. One Marta is already approaching, big enough for you all to sit, and the other is vacant. Walking down the aisle where Mado waits, you realize that normally there'd be possibly dozens watching as the trial took place, but the room stands almost safe for you, Mado, the dwarf on the throne, and 24 guards scattered around the room wearing plate mail and of some green-tinged metal. They appear to be standing in strategic places around the room to be close at hand if anything happens. So, you're the group is cause of this commotion. Let's get this done. 1 second.
Yeah, 1 sec.
Good time for a brief pause. Yeah. So yeah, you all ushered down between these rows of benches towards this large table, and facing you is just the single, you can assume, the king.
I'm distracted by another.
I really hope the letter worked.
Once you're all, like, as you start moving down, Mardo, like, waves you all to sit down, and I'm assuming you all do.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah.
This is not a place for fucking around.
Yep.
Yeah.
Looking down at you all, this man,
Sorry,
man
Mike.
who you can assume is the High King, he watches you, like, just glances from one to the other, watching each of your faces. Then he goes, I was... You can do it, AJ.
I would have said, like, Mardo, like, looks at the group and is basically just like, I present to you High King Mogrex. And he, like, nods sternly as Mardo stands up to, like, announce his presence and then sits down. So, I've
will
been
bow.
told you work with Zorosh.
Unfortunately, yes.
It's merely just a job.
Just say we were mistaken in our choices.
We're just trying to chase him to catch up on our payment. We did a job for him, and well, you know how he is.
Who's the tricky man to catch?
No, I don't. I actively try to avoid them.
It seems like a good plan.
That's fair.
I heard of the incident. I've heard from guards in where you came from, what they did. Perhaps you can explain what happened once more.
Well,
Look to the group. Do you mind if I do it?
Go ahead.
by all means.
We were originally traveling here to Highview in order to find Zerosh. And whilst we came through a pass up in the mountains, a group of giants decided to use us as target practice. But before we could escape their grasps, a bunch of bullets, I'm not entirely sure how you pronounce them, seemed to have made the ground unstable beneath us, and we collapsed down in, I don't know if you guys have a name for it, but underneath the surface, and landed on some very big, strange looking mushrooms. Anyways, besides the point. We were trapped several hundred feet below the surface, not knowing how to get out, mind you, much less get back on our way, and we just so happened to find a way to something that happened to relate to an item Zerosh was looking for. Didn't mean any offense, any intrusion, simply just had no idea. We didn't even know there's a place down there, which I assume is the whole entire point. But then we got caught. Caught's a bad term. Caught makes it seem like we've done something wrong. But that's pretty much the short and skinny of it. We didn't mean to.
So, Zorosh never told you to mess with the item in particular?
That, I'll admit, was our own folly for doing so. Just happened to fit so perfectly.
He looks over at what looks like one of the guards, who seems to nod at him, and then he looks back. He's looking quite bored, but also, like, when this topic comes, he seems to go away from that persona of his and seems to be a little more serious. What did you find in there? And how did you activate it?
Well, basically, I pull out the cube. Small obsidian cube here goes into the slot on the top of the doorway. Found out it opens a gate spell.
You see as he whistles and a guard from behind you comes up and takes the cube from your hand.
Fuck it. Yeah, never mind. There it goes.
He seems to hold it up, like intriguing in how it works and stuff.
Then we entered a room. 6 pedestals? Yeah, 6 pedestals. A locked doorway at the back, in this case in the middle. You have to do something to that cube and then place it in one of the pedestals, and then you're taken to a different room.
Did you
The room
do
we
any
went
of these
into.
things?
But
Did you activate the cube in any way? You said you needed to do that to put them on the pedestal. Did you do that?
It was more of a fluke. We've been carrying this thing the entire time, not fully understanding how it worked. And when we inserted it, we were arguing amongst ourselves, trying to determine what to do. And I think we all had our back turned to it when it was. Well, we left it inserted and turned our back to it, and somehow it just went off. Honestly, have no idea.
Roll me deception.
Mm-hmm.
Wish we could help here.
Alright. And so when you activated it, what happened?
placed
The
in the ped-
portal shimmered, allowing us entry. We were in a room with other pedestals, with the inserts for the cube. Put it in one pedestal, completely changed the layout of the entire place, and once we started touching too many things, we started losing our senses. We'd already lost 2 before we'd realized. And after that, we thought that was far too much of a risk, not knowing what we're doing. And that's when your boys found us.
Alright. And then I've heard you complied well with the people. Do you have any dreams or goals to come back here? Come back to the Ark, as they've been calling it.
If it would be something you could possibly allow, I don't want to overstep, well, my boundaries. I don't know about the rest of my associates here. But
I would also like to come back.
I'm nothing if not intrigued. I'm a very inquisitive mind, but believe me, a lot more respectful than one's the Roche.
He has a look at you and sort of squints his eyes. Well, I'm taking this. I'll consider your offer if anything interesting comes up. But I don't care anymore. And he gets up. Mado, you're in control. And he gets up and leaves the room.
As he leaves, 80% of the guards in the room all leave as well.
I like him.
Oh, fuck me.
Cube.
He just took you.
Is he holding the cube?
Yeah, he's taking
Walked
it.
off with
He's
it.
walking
Yeah.
off with it.
Atheneum.
Yes, I know what I did.
It's in the cube.
That's very simple. It's going to be
That was
quite easy
Azeroth
to get it back.
cube. No, it's not.
Shut up, everyone! Shh. We're still in
Shush.
mixed company.
I am not really a
Jeff does
defense
that.
attorney, but I recommend not speaking unless spoken to.
Alright.
Let's get you out of here before you admit to murder. And Mario starts to lead you all away.
Who's a murderer?
Now, before we admit to it, I don't think anyone of us has.
No, I don't think anyone in this party's a murderer.
People,
Shifty eyes.
Don't look at me.
Awkward. No,
Sure.
glares
It
at a pebble on the floor. You know what you did.
It takes you about another half hour to get back home with Mardo. As he enters the door with you, As you're all thinking that he's going to leave, he sort of just stays in the building and like moves to an area with a large table for all of you to sit down and sits there waiting.
Yep.
I have a
go
question
sit
for
down.
Tomato.
I'm assuming you mean Mado, and also me, who is Mado, who goes by Tomato Revenge. So yes, questions work either way.
Yes, I have a question for you, Moto. Can we go back to the surface? I kind of just want to go hunt the guy down, get my pay, and move on with my life. I have goals too.
You wish. You'll be, now that that's over with, you're all free to go. But I do have a few things to talk to you about first. Now I can obviously let you know, I came here for 2 reasons. The first one was to escort you to your trial, which is done now. The second one, and he looks over to Osiris and Nerisian, is partially done. I was meant to ask you a few questions, and I got the answers I was after. And I believe there was a report request that's been received. That's all done. But now I'm here to say, there's a bit more. He's still looking directly at Osiris and Nerisian this time, like basically
There's
like
a
not looking at
fucking
anyone else.
catch.
There is always a catch, but our friends have decided that you need not take it if you wish. While the job is complete, both mine and yours, there's always more work, and if you're interested, I have another I need to look into, and it would be nice to have some people to watch my back. If a group like yours would help me, there would be some pay in it, quite a lot.
Well, can't. Friends in high places are always the best to have.
Tell me something. I know you can't talk much about the job before an agreement is made. But can you at least tell us if it's at least on the way to Andavan?
Unfortunately, it would not be heading directly towards Andavine. I can tell you it involves Upper Extusia. Though some information we might gather there might be useful in Andavine, if you have particular friends in interesting places or enemies in more interesting ones.
Well, I can't speak for the rest of the group, but conveniently enough, I do also have some business in Upper Extusia.
If anyone's interested, I can tell you some of the job. A few scouts, the dwarven ones, not mine, have noticed some ships that keep docking near Upper Extusia and unloading cargo. They head north with it, and a day later they come back with no cargo. They get back on the ship and leave. We've never really known what they're transporting, but if you know much of history, the hobgoblins up there don't have a lot. And if they want something, we don't want them to have it. Usually we have a pretty vested interest in making sure they don't get it. We don't want another Gipchu.
You sound like someone who's good with their info.
You could say that. I am an emissary. Do you know much of the dwarves?
Aside from the fact I want to see if I can arm wrestle a lot of them, no.
Trust me, you would beat some and lose to others. We are hardy people. But an emissary like me, our job is to explore the lands above. We learn what we can about what we are getting into before we came up there, and we make friends. He looks over near Cena and Osiris. A lot of friends.
I will look back at Osiris for a moment. Total, can I speak to you just, like, over there?
Of course.
And I'm just gonna shuffle, like, over to... we're not really leaving the room, more just...
Yeah.
Yeah.
While you move over, he just keeps going. The friends I make have interests in dealing with this before it becomes more of a problem, and they are willing to pay, within reason, for services rendered. So, with that understood, what would it take to hire your services? Now, let you know you'll not be going this alone. I will be going with you personally. But, when we get back, there will be a sum. But it's up to you to tell me how much you want, and if they'll pay it, then you'll be hired.
I think everybody here has a different price, so to say, so I'd let you talk to them if they want to take it. I'll talk to you a bit later.
If your sum will be more of that scrap you were after, Elysian, I'm sure we can arrange for that.
It might be that or something different. I made
I'll be, I then say in this camp that I'm going to be in my room. Come see me later.
I will. He looks over to Christine and Sarah, and he says, while monetary gain might not be much for you both, information can also be traded. Though I don't know how much we'll be able to tell you about ancient magics or weird cultish people. We might be able to help in some regard. But we can try. And he turns to Anaxara and is like, honestly, I don't know what you'd want. So again, name a price. If they'll take it, we'll hire you. If not, I can leave and you'll all get paid nothing.
No hurting people involved.
Not good people, and hopefully not. Do you know of Gipchu? Of Upper Extusia, of what happened there?
I believe I've read somewhat. What?
It was a genocide, to say the least, well, close to. For those who don't know, when the hobgoblins came in, they slaughtered the gnomes who used to live there, killed every last one of them, men, women, children, everybody, burned their city to the ground and took what land they could. They tried pushing across the mountains, and unfortunately for them, we were in their way. They've been kept up there for now, and we are doing our best to make sure they stay there. But, like I said, we have a vested interest in making sure they stay where they are.
It involves helping people, and Osiris seems to need to go that way. I guess that's fine. What do you think, Christine?
She doesn't. She's not. She's like she's half paying attention, half not. It's almost like she has already gone to the conclusion that she's not important in this. She's just kind of like almost like blanking out in a bit. But yeah, no dialogue from her.
I feel like a lot of this is sort of a bit out of my league, but I'm willing to travel with these people for longer.
Mata was looking just directly at you, Christine, as you like kind of avoiding his gaze and like just half paying attention. And he's like, "What, do you think you're not worth the job? You can't do it?"
Her gaze then sort of narrows a bit into a bit of frustration. Just sort of looks at him.
Why don't you think this? Do you know what you've done? Have you even considered what you all have been doing? The absurdity of the treks you have gone to chase an old man down for a payment.
You think I wanted to do any of this?
At least you'll be doing something for pay. You won't have to go into the wastes, across a desert, through mountains with run-ins with giants and bullies, traveling through unknown tunnels and depths, and somehow coming out alive through all that. This one's a much shorter job, one with indefinite pay, and with a lot less unknowns. All you have to do is name a price.
But you're still going to be throwing us out there.
Not by ourselves, like I said, I'll be there with you. We don't throw anyone out there who is not willing to walk with us alongside.
I don't have a price anyway. I'm only here because I have to be.
It's never true. You're free to leave. Feel free to.
I wish I could.
I'm assuming Nerisian. We know your price probably. Nerisian's left. Jacover and Osiris, you two have been in a corner having hushed conversations.
Actually, that was what I was going to ask about. Cyrus, you're capable of using that magic mumbo jumbo to understand another tongue, yes?
Yes.
Any chance that would work if I was to speak my native tongue?
Yes.
Well, and how long will this take?
I mean, if you need it immediately right now, I can do it right now.
I feel like you're a associate. Friend? I don't know what you'd call him over there, wants answers sooner than later. I don't care if he hears that.
Yeah, but 20 minutes isn't going to kill him.
Hmm?
What's up?
Very well. So, assuming you're going ahead and doing whatever you need to do to cast that.
I cast comprehend languages.
So, basically in Leonin, so, no one else here should be able to understand. So, I first got to ask, how well do you know this guy? And I mean, it comes off like there's a lot of secretive stuff there.
You know, I don't speak your language, right? I just understand you.
You just need to give me a basic answer without revealing too much of what I'm asking.
First time I've met him, but yeah, you can.
That works fine. So, understandably, you're the reason I even came along on this to begin with, after I wanted to leave, so that's why I'm going to you for this. I hope that's clear enough.
It's perfectly fine. I'm surprised you came in the first place anyway.
So-
My request, you barely knew me.
Say that I choose to stick around here. Do you think he would have the kind of knowledge that could provide me with info on some other, let's call them sinners, but also keep the eyes off my back?
If it's something he's not capable with, I'm more than happy to help.
At this point, you just hear in Leonin, Mother's like, "It is possible it's something we could do."
I'm just gonna yell back, "Stop earwigging!"
No, it's literally my job.
Well, so much for the Leonin talk.
I have traveled the world making friends in a lot of places, White Lion.
I'm gonna
I
find a
talk
language
all the
that
tongues I
someone
can.
can't speak.
You
But
might
fine.
find one. I'm not all knowing. I just know a few languages.
Yeah, I only know a few. It's like I'm not like freaking walking dictionary. I
I'll
don't
keep that
think
in
you'll
mind.
give me the answers I'm after though right now.
If
Take
we ever
that.
meet again, then I'm just gonna learn an ancient dialect of Leonin.
He just smiles like, "I'm going to leave for now. I'll be back in the morning. If you're gone before I get back here, I'll assume you don't want my job. If you're all still here, I'll assume you've come up with a price. I will go." And he like pushes himself up from the table and starts to leave.
Good
Well,
day.
thanks for trying anyway, Cyrus.
Yeah, some people are just assholes.
It gives me a reason to stick around. I was honestly contemplating just leaving and getting danger away from you all from my side.
Look, Jakuva, danger will follow us no matter where we go.
Yeah, but
People
it's a lot
come from
easier to
everywhere.
hide when you're a single person.
Yeah, but then you've got nobody watching your back. Mind you, that didn't help last time we got jumped by a bunch of other assholes.
True. Well, I'll
But
let the
I need
others
something.
decide. Just if he comes back, you've got my answer. As long as someone in their network can give me what I need.
Well, when it comes down to things, I'll let you know.
I would just also probably head out after that. I'm just gonna go wait around in the. What are we in, a townhouse?
Yeah, there's like basically like a townhouse. It's the 3-story total. It's a fucking manor basically.
I'm gonna just head back up to the. Honestly, I'm gonna find a chair in the hallway and just catnap on it.
Alex is gonna follow the kitty.
Fair enough.
So is everyone staying in the townhouse then?
I mean, I'm in the townhouse, but not the room you're in.
Well, unless anyone wants to have any like things beforehand, at some point, Sarah would like to get everyone's attention at some point.
Kristen
I-
hasn't
I
moved
was
from
about
this.
to address everybody.
I will have a quick chat with the kitty when I follow him, but that's it.
I haven't moved from the spot
Alright,
from when I was lashing at the door.
okay. Well, I think we'll have a Nexus scene then, and then we'll transition to the group meeting.
Okay.
Was it
so-
an actual scene or was it just a?
Oh, it's just a small scene.
Okay, go ahead.
So Annex will follow Jacobo when he sits down. She's gonna tap him on the shoulder and hold the otter out to his face and just say, "You gonna join the job?"
Referring to what was brought up down there?
Mm-hmm.
Well, I got called out because someone apparently knows my tongue. But,
That's what was going on in the corner.
yeah, as it turns out, that, guy knew how to speak my language. I should have just spoken and figured that out first.
Mm.
But they can probably get me what I need, so... though, given the situation, if you have other priorities, I will take those first.
I need to go to check that out.
Do you want me to pet your, demonic thing?
He's definitely demonic. But he doesn't seem to like me patting him. I want to see if he'll let other people pat him.
Actually, what have I got on me? I was gonna say if I had anything to give him, I do not.
None of the others have followed me, right?
Say no.
Once
No.
I'm gonna offer him a ration, actually. I pull out a...
Can I change his form at any time, so like I can switch him in and out of like the inform pretty much?
In terms of game notes, no. If you wanted to change his form again, you'd have to cast Find Familiar in its full form, so it would cost you 10 gold worth of stuff.
Okay.
It's just that with the item, once a month you can do it for free.
Yeah, okay.
Well, I'll offer him a ration and hold my hand out, see if he'll let me pet him, I guess. I will also probably speak in Infernal, just... Look, I'm not sure what you are. If you understand me, understand I don't mean any harm. At least not to you.
Roll demon handling. Devil handling.
Let me just add that as a skill. Now, can you just tell me what stat that would go off?
Con.
Oh no, it's
Con?
Oh wait, is Orion now part of our party?
Oh, shit.
no. Orion is actually packing his bags. Like,
Yeah, straight up. Like
And,
he is like in his room packing everything away.
Actually, I misclick. What's acrobatics based off again? Is that Dex?
dexterity,
Right, so devil handling. Am I proficient?
No.
No. Have you had a devil before?
it's just a
Here's your
wisdom
con.
check. He grabs the thing. He chews it. He's disgusted that it's hardtack that he can't really eat because he's an otter.
They actually have pretty good teeth. They can chew through a
Yeah,
lot.
they chew for
Yeah,
you,
but this is hardtack. This isn't stuff. And also, he's not an otter. He's an
I'm gonna say he's been an otter for all of about
Yeah, you know what?
4
That's fair.
hours.
Also, I'm keeping devil handling as a skill. I'm not changing that.
And he's just sort of he just looks at you. He doesn't permit you to pet him or anything. He seems less angry at you. There's a
I
way
respect
to say
his.
that.
I respect his choice. I mean, I assume he can at least understand me, even if he can't speak back.
He nods when you ask if he can understand you.
Yeah, next we'll go back to holding him pretty much like a cat.
Alright.
And he's gonna
Well,
say, you should come because I'm definitely going, and I like having you around because I don't know how I feel about most of the other party because I don't really know them nor have I really talked to them, so it's kind of my fault. But still, I talk to you and I like you, and I prefer if you come.
I think I'll be sticking around, so you don't have to worry.
Okay,
And-
that's good.
Until I'm needed, or feel free to tell the rest of the party, I'll just be up here, quote unquote, lying napping.
Okay.
Flying around.
Yes.
Minus
What is with you
inspiration
today?
again.
You're on
Actually-
fire, Tez.
That I like puns.
AJ, I need to ask a slightly important question. Does this townhouse have those?
I am happy.
What are they called? Baby windows, I think. The ones that basically indent.
Bay windows?
Would it have one of those?
They've got a couple towards the front. They're not.
You know what? I'm gonna go there. That'll be where I nap.
You nap
Or
in a bay
lying
window.
around.
You find a chase lounge in a bay window and you lie down on it.
Annex will run back downstairs so the others still holding her other like a cat.
Mhm.
A few hours as it's becoming mid-afternoonish, Sarah goes around the house trying to get everyone to meet up in the dining room once more.
Meetings anywhere where there's like it's just us. I'm assuming it's just us in the townhouse, though.
It's you, Osiris, and the dwarf, the one who maintains the place.
Oh, okay.
If
So-
you want, I can leave.
No, I'd probably just ask people to like meet up in my room.
Go to your room.
Yeah, I'll talk.
So the one person who isn't there is Orion.
Ryan's gone.
Yeah, he left.
As the evening comes, you look around for him. He's just gone. His bags have been packed, and he's taken his things and left.
He would have
You know
left
what?
it. He would have left
Good
the
for
note,
him.
and he would have said, "Well, this is." He wasn't. He actually wasn't in any of the meetings about your mission, but he heard from Mardo that he's free to go, and therefore he's going to go back to what he was doing.
Yeah.
He was doing something before?
Mapping.
He went a lot.
He was level 1.
Yeah, he was.
for
Hey,
Oh
level
shit, was he?
Yep.
Yeah, he
for-
was.
level one.
Oh
for-
fuck.
He did his bargain bin best.
I know how he feels.
Sarah only had 3 more HP than him at level 1. Not gonna lie.
That's hilarious.
Oh. Yeah, so
You're all
people
in.
wanna
Yeah,
meet?
you're on. Sarah's
Yeah.
room. Whoever wants to be in there.
As long as someone came to get me, then sure. But otherwise, no.
Alex probably would have gone.
Yeah, Sarah would have come to you directly. She's not gonna leave it out.
I'd probably be a bit late, but I would show up.
Okay, so everyone's here. Excellent. I feel like there's a lot of secrets going on in this party, and that's myself included. And I feel like maybe we're going to be traveling together for a while, which I hope can happen. I feel like maybe we should all get to know each other a little bit better and drop all these fake niceties. I'm
Sounds
happy
more than
to open up about who I actually am to all of you. To show that as a sign of trust. Whether or not you want to do the same for me and each other is entirely up to you.
Sure, let's do it. This sounds fun. Hang on a second. Before we do, I have an announcement to make.
You're pregnant?
Out of
Yes,
character,
yes,
that
I
was
am
hilarious.
very pregnant.
That's what people used
You're
to do
actually
back where I came from all the time. They would say that, and then they would say I'm pregnant.
She's like trying to hold in laughter at this point. Anyway, go on.
Okay. First of all, if we're going to do this, we're going to be going to very touchy subjects. Mr. Dwarf Man, I'm sorry, I forgot your name.
We're in my room. He wouldn't be here.
Yeah, Buster's not there.
Well, we need some need some drinks. This is going to get fucking personal.
It's fine. Like, if you're talking like those kind of drinks, I feel like this is just a short conversation.
Yep.
It's not serious, but it's all up to you whether or not you want to open up. But I enjoy traveling with all of you. I'd like to get to know all of you better, and I'd just like to be open about things.
That seems fair game.
I respect that.
Would you like to start, or shall I start?
I'll start.
Okay.
First of all, my name's not Sarah. And secondly, I just unpin my ears. As you can see, I'm not what you would call a human.
Couldn't have figured that out.
To everyone who is an Erisian, including Christine and everyone,
Oh,
you have never
God.
seen anyone like this. There are no elves in this world. So this is the first person you've seen who looks like this. And maybe Osiris, you know something about, and Christine, you've read of Fae?
Yeah, I think that's
But-
what I heard.
Yeah. though given those who are from Ghislaine could probably know that the only people who have similar appearances to this are those of the royal family.
So
Do I know that?
Biological mutations aren't that bad.
my real name is Princess Selena Navera Ghislaine. Although I have dropped the Ghislaine, as I've been disinherited from the throne. Upon my birth, there was a prophecy of which I would... Honestly, I wasn't told the whole story. All I know is that I'm to follow the Devaja trials and fulfill a prophecy in which it seems as though I must lose my life in doing it. But
I didn't know that part.
on less depressing notes, that is who I am. I'm not Sarah. I go by that to keep myself safe, to keep you all safe, because as you can imagine, pointed ears and a princess title would probably put a giant red mark on our party. And the sprouting wings has probably got something to do with the prophecy.
One thing probably to note, just real quick, like when she does mention the sort of more sort of darker, like having to sort of give up herself, like you can see Christine's just looking kind of a bit away from it.
Do I know that, any more about that prophecy, or do I just know that there was some prophecy?
You've been told the barest minimum. All you know is that basically what you've said, that it involves the Devaja trials. You will do something important that will help the world heal, and in result of it, you will die. Or at least some flowery words they use that very much hint towards that your life will be over.
Yeah.
Do you know much about the Devaja trials?
I know that it's very old and predates pretty much most history that we have written.
Nothing
I know.
appears in books.
I found a very, very old book in Drakazul that had a few of the key locations. A lot of them were scratched off, damaged over years. So, I mean, we've been to one. I just need to keep looking. So, working with this man, I would probably be asking for more locations.
What if I were to tell you that going to Upper Extrusia, even not paired with him, would allow me the possibility of finding out more about this Devaja trials?
Then I'd say, let's do it.
Okay. Seeing as we're putting ourselves out there, this leads up to opportunity for me. I don't know if you're all aware where most of my kind come from. I'm from the Cartesian Concord. And 6 months before meeting you all, he gets very quiet and goes, "I apologize, this is not going to be pretty." But we had a ship rock up on our shores that we'd never seen before and came demanding from us that we pay them for a protection service against pirates and sea monsters. However, they were extorting us for it, demanding that we pay. And while we'd never had any issues with any of the things he described, we politely told them no thank you, and they wouldn't take that as an answer. So I politely told him to fuck off. Turns out that would be my undoing. He'd beat the ever-living shit out of me. And he turns and shows his shell, and it's covered in what appears to be like healed over scarring that's protruding the actual shell, so the design's all messed up. And well, that's not all they did to me. They seen that I was there with my beloved, and they proceeded to destroy her, for lack of a better term. Scattered bits and pieces of her all over the ground. Not much of her left whole. And that's why you all have met that individual that came to us today. He said that if I worked with him, I could get information on the people who've done it. A group, and it goes from glassy-eyed to full-on rage staring, called the Rain Eye Cartel.
Would I know these people?
Yes, given you grew up in the Cartesian Concordant, you are very familiar with that name.
And I will do anything, and I mean anything, to destroy them for what they've taken from me.
See Nerissa just pull a dagger out and just stab it right down.
Sorry, that got a bit dark. I'm just gonna
I know who they
sit
are.
here
Yeah,
and kind of just sits in a corner, pays attention to the rest of you, but just sits by himself.
It's okay.
Annex
get
will
them.
walk over and just hand him the otter.
The hell did you get this from? We're
Don't
underground.
talk about that.
Cyrus, I will do anything in my power to help you. Anything. What you went through is just no one should have to go through that.
You know what? You're all good people. Don't let anyone tell you otherwise. Musters a small chuckle.
Well,
Takes the otter in his hand. Just holds it. Doesn't do anything with it, just holds it.
Osiris, I know them.
What do you mean?
They stole my egg.
You were pregnant.
They took me from my family, who I don't know who they are. Beat the ever-living shit out of me. I was lucky to escape in Gizlane and live out the rest of my miserable life. I will help you bring down carnage upon these fuckers. Not because of what they've done to you, but what they've done in general. They stole my life away from me. They stole their life. They stole your life away from you. And I will make sure I will do anything in my power to help you.
Thank you.
I guess it's my turn now. Well, you already know the first bit, which I just told you. Second bit is the man we just met. He's a part of the guild. I buy scrap from them in favor of little jobs. They're very well connected. In this sense, ignorance is bliss, because I don't know what else they do, but I know they do deal in information, and sometimes this. I was ordered to report on what we had done for Zerosh in exchange for what I received today. I don't think our job's done yet, Osiris. but I think it's safe to say that we're going to be information gatherers for them for a little bit. And I'm not afraid of getting my hands dirty. Now, I may joke about saying I am a god. It might come as a joke, but I'm going to make those bastards dare steal lives away from children, beat them up and toss them away like they're garbage. They will know the wrath of a god. And I just clam up and go sit into a corner.
I don't really. I'm sorry if any of this doesn't make a lot of sense, but I'm still kind of trying to piece a lot of it together myself. So I similarly to Nerissa, I don't know who my parents were. I never had anything like that. All I had was in Ghislaine. I basically lived within the scholarly district in the tower. I was brought in apparently because they saw something within me, but I to this day still don't know what or why. She's struggling to hold on to a lot of it.
Court, who's here as well, like gets up a bit and moves over to you and is like, if you do not want to talk, I can take over. At least a little bit I can explain.
She sort of just shakes her head like, no, I need
Okay.
I need to.
And he steps back.
She takes breaths in. For most of my life, I didn't really have anyone. It's why I have been quiet. I don't really know how to talk. It's hard, honestly. And when it comes to what I had, I don't even know if any of that was even real in the end. I ended up being brought away by court onto this, and at the beginning I just thought it was just for something to be able to aid in my studies. But from what I've found, I've been told since out here, I don't even know if I even had a life back then. I don't. I just. I don't know what it is I could do, but I don't know if I could really go back. And yeah, she just breaks down from there.
Court gets up, puts like an arm awkwardly on you to like kind of comfort you a bit, as much as he weirdly can. And he goes, well, I guess I should explain a little bit myself as well. I am Sir Court Deschain. You all know me as Court, obviously. I am colloquially known as Sir Court Deschain, Champion of Ghislaine, Hope of the Smoke. Stupid titles. I am quite literally here to make sure that prophecy that Sarah mentioned does not come to pass in the way of getting her killed. I will do anything to stop it. Literally. And Christine, I brought her along because out of everyone in Ghislaine, she has more innate understanding of magic in all forms than anyone I have ever met. And I watched her grow up, and I am hoping to give her a chance of freedom rather than a life shackled in a tower. That is my story. Yay. And he, like, takes a seat.
I'd give it a solid 8 out of 7.
That's an interesting scale.
Ah, get it? Because I'm a kobold.
I guess there was a joke there I did not see.
There's jokes all around us. I'm just the one who admits I am one.
Anyone else want to speak?
Well, I grew up in the mountain, where the other Arakokura. My mom was the big wizard lady, and she was trying to make me a wizard, but it really wasn't my thing, and she was kind of always angry at me for it, but my dad was super cool. And then I got in contact with a sugar daddy, and he showed me stuff, and my mom didn't like the stuff, and everybody wanted to kick me off the mountain, so I just left the mountain, and I'm just trying to contact my sugar daddy.
Who's your
There's
sugar
a lot
daddy?
to unpack there.
That was heavy.
I mean, that's fair.
Did you say there's a town of you all in the mountains?
No.
Okay, I understand.
Sorry, couple seconds.
Awkward look at Jakuvra.
Yeah, everyone like turns and looks over at Jakova, the one person who hasn't spoken yet.
What?
You don't have to speak if you don't want to. It's
Look,
merely just
it's-
an open discussion.
Audible neck creak.
Gotta be quite blunt about this. It's not that I have anything against any of you. Like, you all have sad, sometimes confusing stories. But as far as you guys need to know, the eyes are after me, and that's something I plan to deal with. I'm not as open to just sharing my history. Understand? I'm just someone who wishes to bring a little bit more balance in my own way.
Ignorance is bliss.
Well, that's fair.
It's not so much that, it's more the less you know, the better. Just continue to call me by Jakuvra, and that's all you need to know. I guess you can know him from
Nothing?
the Virali pack.
Really nothing, kitten.
You stay out of this, old man.
Could you tell us at least partially why the eyes are chasing you?
They seem to think I'm a suspect.
Yeah, they called, I believe, Sada said you were some form of serial killer, an arsonist.
What? He would never. He's too cute. Annex pats his head.
I only take out those that deserve it.
Just explain!
No. And I slammed the door on my way out.
What a barrel of laughs that man is.
I like the kitty.
I got solid good chuckle out of it.
Oh, that's one in the group. If I didn't say that you all had to tell your secrets, and if he'd rather keep them to himself, that's totally fair.
It wasn't.
He might be
mandatory.
doing it to protect us. If we know too much, we might, end up on the shit list.
Obviously, part of the reason why I never told any of you before, but
I guess that. That's
At
why I
this
never
point-
said anything.
Nerisian kind of found out, and it was all just starting to fall apart by that point. So there you have it. I just pinned my ears back carefully. If you ever see these pointing out, just let me know.
Also, a side note, if any of you leak this out, I will kill you.
Oh, I kind of
What?
guessed that already.
People don't talk to me, and I tend to avoid talking to people if I can, because, you guys saw what happened. Because I'm an Arakockery, it's not fun to know people.
I
agree.
understand, unfortunately.
I wouldn't have it any other way, Court. I stand up and I gesture for everyone to come in for a group hug in an attempt, but nobody has to. It would totally be hilarious if you just left me hanging.
Annex will go into the group
I
hug.
go in for the group hug, but then quickly dodge out the way and sit on your shell.
Court walks out of the room.
Awkwardly goes in. Like she's, I think you're pretty tall.
Annex just engulfs everybody in the hug with her wings.
Like- How tall is Osiris?
He's 5'2".
Oh, you're actually kind of short. All right, he's still
Inside
tall.
me.
He's just wide as fuck because he's a turtle.
I'm like
Mm-hmm.
short and tiny as well, so it's just like
I'm slightly taller than you at 5'3".
You
five.
don't even have to wear heels.
If
I feel like
Travis the tallest of 5'11", I'm gonna laugh.
I'm straight too.
But Jakova is the
think he
tallest of
is.
5'11".
I feel like I would sort of like on like you doing that. I would try to pick myself up and still a bit disheveled and everything. I would try to slowly move in.
We're all a giant mess, but hey, at least we got each other.
Mm.
Speaking of, at some point, people are going to come and ask for us for jobs. Do we have a name for our group?
Nice segue.
Please leave.
Oh, I should probably mention, we have a new member of the group. And she takes the order and just holds him up in the air like freaking, Lion King.
He sort of
Why
just,
is he flipping you off?
he sort of just like raises his hand and does like a lazy salute.
This is Little Valerian, but you guys can call him Little Val or just Val.
And then he flips everyone off.
He's
I
kind of
flip him off
grumpy.
as well.
And what does he
In
prefer to
respect.
be called?
I don't
Chitters
know.
in Otter.
Is my comprehend languages still up? He's technically got an intelligence higher than 3.
Unfortunately, comprehend languages would not allow you to understand Otter.
Speak with animals.
Yeah, you need to speak with animals.
I don't have that spell. Well, what does everyone want from this friend of ours if we do head up to Strusa?
Devaja,
I don't know.
place, just anything to do with Devaja, really, for myself.
Oh, I forgot to mention, seeing as we're putting everything on the table and literally have nothing else to live for. I may or may not have access to the demi-plane of Librana.
Nice.
How'd
you manage that?
You can should probably
Honestly, it
roll.
wouldn't even be something to roll. Like, the libraries are all over the world.
Oh, Librana. Mainly, I think mainly Anexa needs to roll that.
Actually,
Everyone
the
else,
Anexar would be the only one who had to roll.
yeah, everyone else grew up
What
in
am I
Ghislaine. Religion.
History. Religion
Yeah.
works too.
Is Court still in the room?
Court left.
No, Court left. Once he went for the group hug, Court walked out.
Okay, good to know.
You know that there's a god of knowledge, Librana. You don't know anything super much more than that. But everyone else knows that Librana is like the patron saint of Ghislaine, pretty much.
Oh,
She's also quite literally like the goddess of knowledge itself. And all over the world, there are libraries that are dedicated in her honor that are managed by her people to provide education and information to the world. Sometimes at
probably
no
study
cost,
in one of
sometimes
those.
with it. You
I'll
have
Cobalt
definitely
Soul from
received
Critical
knowledge from one, as there is a pretty big library to her in Ghislaine. And it's actually not, while it's not part of the academy, it's close to it.
close enough, yeah.
It's like the Cobalt Soul from Critical Role, pretty much. But
Except less
more-
monks.
Less monks. More
Less
everything
monks.
else.
That's
More
my
books.
bard.
My book.
More everything.
Actually, yeah, kind of. Less monks, more bards.
Bard's better.
I mean, how?
It's a very good question. AJ, how does this work?
A couple of years ago, before you started your revenge
The
thing,
quest.
you just woke up one day and had a brief discussion with one of the monks there that was like, Librana thinks that you're worthy of this knowledge and to pass it around and share it with people and to collect it. And so she gave you access, and for a little bit you were just you were like a little mote of energy floating around, reading books using like limited telekinesis, and then soon after stuff happened, you became more and more adept, and you bring a spiritual body into this demi-plane when you're asleep.
She thought I was pretty cool, I guess.
That's
Seems legit. And you're
okay.
pretty cool, dude.
I wish I had a better explanation, but honestly, I don't.
I mean, all that matters is that you have access to boundless knowledge.
Yeah.
Well, that's the thing. The whole point in going to Upper Extrusia is that I need to acquire some tomes from the Gnomish capital. I'm not repeating the name because the name is stupid and the gnomes are wrong. But there's about 10 books there that I need in order to gain more access to more restricted areas. Because I went looking in the Atheneum, which is what they call it, for information on the Devaja trials, and I was barred.
Okay.
So I'm hoping acquiring these tomes will give me enough favor with Librana to give me access. Because they stated that this information is more important than my life, basically. And that's cool. I don't care.
It impacts me just as much, so I'll definitely help you with it.
While I have you here, I do also want to say one more thing. Like, she's sort of looking just again around the room to see if Court's around. Which
Court's
I know
gone.
he's not. I know he's not, but it's just that kind of thing where she's like looking around, just making sure someone's not there or is there. I don't really want this to get to Court, but I left out the fact that with my studied magic, a part of the magic I do have innately is I don't know what's happening, and it feels like I'm losing control. You probably have already noticed the eyes. I didn't notice until before the trials.
I
Does
don't know
it-
about anybody else, but I feel like it's not our place to intrude on your personal.
I know,
ongoings.
but I just feel like I need to let people know, just in case like something happens, I do something, or like I end up causing some sort of problem. I don't know what to expect anymore.
I'm sure you couldn't cause any more of a problem than what Narisian does.
Hey, I was going to say that myself. You're cold-blooded.
You gotta be quicker than
And I
that.
walk out.
But if there's anything that I can find in the Atheneum that pertains to your situation, I'll do my best to find it. I might find answers for you.
I wish I could, but I don't know anything. Like, I just felt something pulling me. Something back at she like stops after like trying to say home. It's like back in Ghislaine, when I was like in my room, I would end up calling upon these powers in times of stress, anxiousness. It's probably why you may have seen a slight little aura around me. I don't know exactly what it does, but something about it just is nice and comforting. But like after recently, I don't know if this is actually something good, but I just don't know.
It's yours, isn't it?
Hmm?
This power, it's yours.
I mean, yeah, I think.
Then you should be free to do it with however you wish. Who cares what anybody else thinks?
Feel overwhelming at any point, like a wave building up inside of you.
Back before the Devaja trials, I barely remember what I did, but it comes back to me every now and then in like little flashes. I felt overloaded. I felt lost, and then I just was unconscious.
Do you attempt to suppress it, or? Because it might be something you just have to let fly. It'd probably be healthier for you, if I'm honest.
I was told to keep it away by the one who held me in residence.
If I might be so bold, perhaps next time something like that happens, just let fly.
I've learnt anything at all is sometimes it's just better to see what happens with these things. For as long as I can remember, I've had this presence inside of me. It was always just a small thing at the back, and then as we were traveling, it got bigger and bigger until I felt like it was tearing me apart. And then suddenly I blacked out, and I apparently sprouted wings and flew, and I couldn't remember any of it. But when I woke up, it's no longer tearing at the edges. It's just a part of me now. I don't completely understand it. It's always been there. Whenever I discussed it, my father would just... He never really acknowledged my existence much at the best of times, really. My mother might notice. She usually looked sad. She just avoided contact with me as well. I just got used to hiding it because of that. I feel like the only person who really understood was my brother. But even then, he didn't really understand. He just didn't hate me, I guess.
Mm-hmm. I just need to. I just wanted to let you know is all. I don't know what I want to do.
I think you're a lot stronger than you let yourself think that you are. And I think that if anyone can control this magic, it would be you. Don't dismiss yourself so easily. I think I used to be the same, but I think I'm starting to understand that there's more important things for me now.
Her head kind of dips into like a little bit of a nod. She doesn't say anything else though to that.
If you're ever concerned, just talk to me about this. Like, I understand somewhat, maybe not completely, but yeah,
And I mean, I'll try and give my opinion if it's ever interested to you. After all, 154 years of experience has got to count for something.
Thank you.
154 years old?
Yeah, that's how old I am.
Wow.
I
Sorry, you go.
Sorry. It's just, yeah, I just don't know what it is. I'm not going anywhere. I'm not planning on it. I don't know if I can, nor do I really feel like I want to, but I don't really have anything I need to do either.
You, the person who needs to find something, rather. We seem to already have something. You were
When
looking
you find
for
out,
something.
we'll support you.
She's, for the first time, like today, she's actually smiled a bit. And yeah, it's just that sort of like warm smile, and it's just, again, yeah, thank you.
You know, apparently there's always been rumors about the Ghislanian royal family living for a very long time. I wonder how long pointy-eared people can live.
How old are you?
I'm 21.
4 more years.
That's deep, Cyrus.
There's a chuckle as well from Christine.
That's what
That's
it's all
fair.
about. To make someone laugh, it counts.
Awkwardly laughs since 6 years old.
I can only hope, Cyrus. I can only hope. Now, on that note, I'm going to do a little bit of light reading because we've got a bit of time to kill, and I'd like to just see if I can learn a little bit more about some of the places we're going to be going.
Yeah,
I
fucking
haven't
leave. Get out.
About
Well, if anybody has any questions for me, or even about things that you want to know about, let me know. I am a cornucopia of random shit.
I don't think I can be much of a person to ask questions without a subject.
you know a little bit about this gnomish capital, yes?
Yes, the gnomish capital that doesn't have a name.
Ah, yes, I've heard of it. I'd like to do a little bit of research on that area of the world. I haven't really done much reading on it. I have a few other places. So, I mean, if you've got anything on that, that would be great.
I have a map.
That name.
No, it's just all asterisks and at symbols. I don't know what you're talking about.
Yep.
No, stop. You'll only give yourself an aneurysm.
That's the pronunciation guy.
Palcrop. I only
I
do
love
it.
it.
Yes.
Anyway, may I do some rolls, Darian?
Do you wish to learn about Gipchu, Palacrop, Palapop?
Just general area. as well.
I could say, I'm gonna say, unless people have other things to do, we're gonna move towards the end of this day.
Yeah.
As you all consider what price to pay, you can make a roll for what you can understand. There'll be a investigation check or a history check. Either honestly works. It goes to what books you are reading.
I'll go history.
Am I able to help with what information I've acquired so far from it?
Yeah, you can either make your own separate check or you can give her advantage.
I'll give you advantage. Why the hell not?
This is more like saying what's in the...
Thank God he gave you advantage.
I'm going to try and use my inspiration because it's nearly the end of the session and I just want to get it done.
Alright, roll another dice.
This is more seeing if the books that he has in this townhouse are going to be any helpful to it.
I didn't use my inspiration.
So could I roll an investigation check to help try and find the right books?
There we go.
Honestly, I'd say with the assistance you're already doing, that's basically what you are doing now to help out. And with your comprehend languages, like you can read books from other titles, you find there are actually a surprising number of titles in Gnomish. And with comprehend languages, you're able to like read through and like cross-translate things to help her like decipher parts of them. I will straight up just send you some information between this session and next.
Thank you. If you guys are going to keep going with this, I need to start going to bed because
Yeah, I think we're close to done.
We've got
Like, you
one
guys-
scene, probably.
I might sit this one out just because I have to go and have a shower and stuff as well.
All good.
Like, you already know my price anyway.
Alrighty.
Alright.
Go for
Thank
that.
you.
Bye.
See you later.
Yeah.
See you.
Alright, so
we've got
anyone
one
else doing
scene.
other things for the night?
Yeah, we've got one scene. Does anyone else have any others?
I have nothing else.
Alright, as the camera fades between each of everyone doing something to relax, Osiris and Sarah in the room studying in this like library that he's got. And Exara playing with her Rhoda, Christine laying in bed thinking about things that come up. Jakova is actually drinking with Court. Court has decided to spend a little bit of time. No talking really happens. It's just
It's
men.
two old men drinking in silence.
Yeah.
Usual Saturday.
And we forward to Nerisian's room, who's in the front half, the one that's not embedded into the wall, and you hear a knock on your window.
I use Mage Hand to open it.
As if he was like walking into a room, as like walking through like a dining room hall, you see Marta just step in through your window. So, you wanted to meet me later?
Yeah. I think it's agreed that we're going to be taking it.
I assumed.
Yeah. I have no idea what the others want. I'm assuming.
funds, but I was wondering how deep your connections with the king go.
I'm an emissary.
So you wouldn't happen to be able to get your hands on that cube back, would you?
Is that your cost?
I have some information about it to barter for it, but yeah, in addition to what they want, I just want the cube back.
You should discuss that with your friends then, because taking something like that, I understand it is a lot important to you, but given you just handed that over to him, if it disappears in the next day, that's going to raise a few questions. Now I can talk to some friends of mine and we can organize for a different cube to take its place of near similar design. It'll take us a little bit to organize, but we can do it. But if that's what you want, and that's what you really want, that will be all you'll be paid for the lot of you.
For the lot of us?
I'm not going to hand over thousands of gold, buckets of information, books upon books of stuff that I'll have to hunt down for years to get. If it requires literally lying to our king to his face and putting a fake where it's giving you back a real item. Your price is not a small one. But if your whole group decides that it is what they want, it can be done.
I assume that's... I'll have a talk with them and get their opinion on it. I take it you're going to meet us back in the morning.
I will see you all bright and early, trust me.
Okay, well, I'll have a talk with them before we come to the final decision. Still like... I still take it that if this job is successful, we might be getting other work, hopefully.
If all the work shows up, there will be more work. If you prove your worth, we can pay. And there are always people looking to try and make a difference. And hey, maybe you might even know our name. 'Cause we're not called the Guild. That is stupid.
I'm just assuming. It's better to refer to you as that. I know it's not your real name, it's safer.
How about this? You talk to your friends and decide what you want to pay. If they agree for the cube, I will try to organize it. And by try, I mean do. It will happen. And if you come back successful, I'll tell you who you've been working for.
Yeah.
An extra added hook.
That seems more than reasonable. I'll discuss it with the group. I have an alternate price, which I'm happy to go with, but...
File scrap, I assume?
Probably.
It can be
But that
organized
cube-
rather simply.
Would you like information about that cube your king has? Your group in particular?
We can barter for it if you would like. I'm doing you a favor here,
I know you
Nexian.
are.
You could tell me this, and I would take it and pass it along to those who would pay for it the correct way. But then what do you get out of it? Because I'm not going to give you a favor for handing me a free book. But I don't want to see you put your foot further in your mouth than you have done today already. It is... eventually it gets a little sad.
I may be a thief, but I'd rather not be a liar if I can help it.
Potato, tomato.
Fair. See you in the morning.
See you in the morning, Nerisian. And he just goes back to the window and slips out and closes it behind him. Soundlessly, you don't even hear his footsteps as he walks along the roof outside and disappears into the night.
Yep. And I will gently go to sleep, and then before he comes next morning, I'll talk to the others about my proposal.
Alright, well, we'll do that next week, because as the light from the Vela Karad slowly transitions from this sunlight, it seemingly changes to have sprinkles of dots like starry light and moonlight appear throughout the city of Highview. As you all make your ways to bed and asleep, wondering what your price will be if you're even going to do this mission, and what you can expect as you're going on this journey, we will end session here.
Ooh.
That was session 8.
Yeah, that was good.
God, fuck me. My
Well,
throat
how
is
about-
so sore from choking up.
That was a good
Oh,
session.
you have no clue, buddy. Oh, Christ.
How are you both holding up?
Yeah, great.
I'm going well.
This is fantastic.
I told you I wasn't gonna do it this time. You shouldn't just do it to yourself then.
I think this is yeah. There's a current thing going on where I've made Kim cry 3 weeks in a row, and I'm going for 4.
Fuck off.
But yeah, this is a lot more RP session than that we've had in quite a while. A lot of exploration and encounters the last couple of ones, but now we're in for some deep talky. And I like it. This is what
I can't wait for the
it's
next
my
one.
favorite part of D&D is the talky.
I'm sorry, by
Same.
the way, AJ. In both your sessions, I'm just kind of feeling that I don't want to tell people thing roll.
No, that's
I
fine.
do. It's perfectly fine. Like, that was no situation we organized in the slightest, and you played it in a way that I thought was pretty good and worked well.
But yeah, hope
Don't
everyone
say I
had
had to
fun.
tell them.
Hope everyone is thoroughly pissed off about Zerush, because me and Darren were grinning
Yes.
the entire time.
Oh, all I can say is you better hope we don't get to level 5 before we get to him.
At this point, am I just
Fireball.
working for the fucking turtle more so?
Yeah, probably.
But,
I am going to absolutely destroy that person.
You
Zerush?
can try.
Yeah, I got my item. That's all that matters to me.
But yeah, thank you everyone for coming and playing. I hope you all had fun.
Thank you for the session.
Tomorrow, follow us on Discord. There's a link down below. Join there. You can talk to us about stuff. People might jump in, talk about stuff that they know, etc. No secrets will be revealed because that's a fucking mean daring thing. But tomorrow we're going to do some Nier Automata here. I'm going to play for a couple hours before I have to head off to Greek Easter. Christos Anesti to anyone who's Greek Orthodox, and hope you have a good Easter. Wednesday, more Pokemon. Thursday, who fucking knows? Multiplayer Madness. That's what
I'm
Thursday
actually-
is.
I'm actually free.
You're actually free?
Yeah.
It might not be Zelda, but it might be
It
Zelda.
might not be done. I think we've had a bit of enough of that from yesterday.
But
I think we
honestly, like, we made so much progress, we might continue to
We-
play
we-
Zelda.
we'll see what happens.
We'll see what happens. We'll discuss it. And Friday we have session 15 or 16. I think it's one of those of Icewind Dale, Rime of the Frost Maiden. But we'll be back in 2 weeks for session 9 of Echoes of the Forgotten. So hold on to your pants. Expect the worst. Don't do drugs. Stay in school. Or do. I'm not your dad, but I love you anyway. Goodbye.
Thanks, Dad.